Alle guten, alle bösen Folgen Okay, I guess everything looks alright so far. I have a minor issue here with our screen, but everything looks alright so far. My friends, I'd like to first of all say hi to everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to have you here on this event, on this major event, on this afternoon here in Brazil. I guess at least it's afternoon here in Brazil, but we have guests from worldwide. From okay, now I'm monitoring. I guess we have guests here from San Francisco, which are current 9 o'clock, and even from India, Dr. Diva, I guess, already is here with us. It's, I guess, about 9 p.m., 9:30 p.m. there in India. And this is fantastic. I guess this is something else and something that is only possible considering our technology's options, and everything goes exponentially higher with this pandemic crisis, but everything also allow us to, at least at some point, to know our one others better than in other situations that this pandemics didn't happen. I guess it's one good thing that this event, this pandemic crisis, brought to us all here worldwide, something that we can, I guess, carry on forwards from now. And this event is have the similar purpose to debate, to discuss one particular bill, Brazilian AI's bill. I guess everyone understand this by the name of this meeting. And the purpose of this is, I guess, to contribute in a democratic process to have a better law on AI. I have a wide understanding approach that Professor Goffi has shared with us last year. And this approach reveals us the importance of, I guess, multiculturalism experience in everything and every aspect in general. And this multicultural aspects, it's quite important on this matter of, I guess, technologies and AI aspects. And I guess we are current on new waters, on no waters, and I guess something can be likewise, like equal, like law was facing when it discovers the necessity, the need for protection of environment. The same status, the same aspects goes here with technology. Environmental was something new for law and lawyers and law students at all in the beginning of the century, but we must to understand this several aspects of biology and ecology to understand better and to create better laws for these matters. I guess the same here goes with AI and with technologies. We are now facing some, I guess, new waters, as I mentioned before, and we need for every aspect the support of the people who understand these fundamental aspects. So we here today having the presence of Dr. Jassim, we have presence of Dr. Silvia, we have presence of Dr. Eugenio, Dr. Edson Spina. We have the presence of a great number of enthusiasts of technology and AI, Dr. Emmanuel, Dr. Adol, Dr. Divya, everyone who wants to be a part of this process. Not everyone with legal basis. You all can understand, you all can see and realize that we have here together engineers, lawyers, we have philosophers, we have people with general knowledge and general guesses, but all we here are enthusiasts of AI. And for this reason, for this particular reason, we hope to bring some lights and this bill, this AI bill, to bring some lights to Brazilian National Congress, so we can develop together democratically a better law on AI. We have some experience in Europe. We have some experiences of bills in US and worldwide. So it's quite important to listen to these enthusiasts, these researchers, these fine persons who are all dedicated their lives to understand this phenomena. I guess it will be a fantastic experience at all. Well, my dear friends, so this conference, this meeting, this international meeting, came from four different groups. We are here talking about SEST. SEST goes for Society and Technology Study Center from Polytechnic School. Just one second. From Polytechnic School of University of São Paulo, Universidade de São Paulo, Escola Politécnica of University of São Paulo, Universidade de São Paulo, and also by IOI, that goes for International Group of Artificial Intelligence based on Great Britain, Global Ethics Institute, AI Institute. This goes for France-based Group of Study Institute, and finally Ethics AI, fourth organization member that are here gathered together with the purpose to debate these matters. Okay. Also, I'd like to say thanks to everyone, every institution, every university who are right now believing in this event, who are understanding the importance of this debate. And especially I'd like to say thank you for Mackenzie Presbyterian University, and special to AI Lab from Mackenzie and from doctoral and master's law program. I'd like also to say thanks to São Judas Tadeu Unimonte University and Law School from Santos campus, Escola Politécnica once more from Universidade de São Paulo. I'd like to say thank you once more from Sept, from Guarujá Municipality. I'd like to say thank you once more for ESANC, Campus Santos, and finally for Masters in Health Law from Unisanta, also a university here based in Brazil. All those institutions, all those who believe in this event are, without any questions, without any doubts, the great and major responsibles for this event, all together with those four study groups, institutional groups that are current researching on these matters. Thank you very much for everyone. And finally, I'd like to say thank you once more for our guests, for everyone who and worldwide are believing in this event and would bring some lights on these particular matters of AI. I could count with several researchers, several specialists from different areas, and our 7, not 8, but 7 specialists worldwide are current here. I'd like to say extend my personal gratitude to everyone of them. Dr. Jiva, Dr. Emmanuel, Dr. Veridiana, Dr. Ako, Dr. Eugenio, Dr. Silvia, Dr. Jassim. Thank you very much for your presence here. And considering this is a event on the organization of SESTs, I'd like to invite our chairman, Professor Edson Spina, Dr. Edson Spina, to say a few words about SESTs and about SESTs research. Professor Edson Spina, once more, thank you very much for believing in our work. Thank you very much for being here with us from our work and for allowing us to have this event using and exploring CEST notorious, prestigious, and notorious famous on this research area. Thank you very much, my dear friend. You have the spot.
Well, I'll be very quick. My work here is very easy. It's easy to work with people that do the job. This is the idea of CEST from the beginning is to bring different people. I should say peoples, because they are from different knowledge bases, knowledge discussions. The idea of CEST is to bring different perspectives to the problems we can foresee or the problems we see today. We are already there. Sometime in the past, we thought about things that could happen, but they are happening. They are happening, and we are in this train, let's say. CEST was an original proposal from the guys from the law part of Microsoft Corporation. In the beginning, they wanted a platform to discuss these ideas. Nowadays, we have many collaborators, many people working with us from different areas, lawyers, psychologists, journalists, and we have here some of them here, and they are very capable of saying all about our research. This we have weekly meetings to discuss these ideas. We have some research proposals, some ideas on models to work with this. Our, let's say, main idea is to have the engineering used as a system engineering, social system engineering, where we can see the engineering problems we are facing with the social approach. And there we can have law and all other people we could get there. It's very good to have that people. When we do the meetings, we see reasons we cannot talk before to do different things. When you use only engineers on projects, all they see is the solution of a problem. They don't see the other problems around. It's very difficult for us to bring this other ideas. So this group has a very interesting work together, and bring these guys like Dr. Thiago, Dr. Melchior to this discussion is one of them. They are discussing with us the engineering part of all the problems, and now they are discussing the Brazilian law, which brings us a responsibility to get things well done for the first approach. So, as I said, my job here is easy. I just have to listen to these guys and all other invitees, so we can understand better all the other sides of the problem. Thank you for inviting me. I will be listening here. Thank you.
Thank you once more, Professor Edson. I guess I must say that the first reason that I'd like to thank you is for inviting me to be a part of CEST. I guess this is the first reason, and the second reason, all the trust and the liberty that you allow us to conduct our researches. Thank you very much. And I'd like to mention also one very special person from Sept, Dr. Vera, and my dearest friend. We are both we operate at some high levels of enthusiasm, and Vera and I are engaged in some different activities. My special thank you, Vera, for every help that you achieved from us. Thank you very much, Vera. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm like to share with you, my friends, that some undesirable anonymous hack on LinkedIn and post a quite strange link. And this is something about bots and AI that we are facing right now. But everything seems okay so far. I could, I guess, manage this happens. Okay, I like also, my dear friends, to share an institutional message from Deputada Federal Rosana Valle, Congressperson Rosana Valle, Brazilian Congressperson Rosana Valle, who will deliver the results of these conference, this meeting, to Brazilian National Congress. I guess this is one fantastic aspect of this meeting. The result of these are not academic only. It is a part of democratic process, and I guess, and I believe, and I hope naturally, and I hope naturally that the better results of these can and could be used on the Brazilian bill. And I'd like to share this message from Deputada Federal Rosana Valle, Congressperson Rosana Valle. I guess our guests from this current meeting will not be able to see the video, but this video will be available for everyone who is currently watching it by YouTube. Okay.
Olá, eu sou a deputada federal Rosana Valle e gostaria de dizer que é uma grande satisfação ter a comunidade internacional discutindo com brasileiros sobre inteligência artificial. Agradeço o convite de todos vocês por terem nos procurado para apresentar os resultados desse debate tão atual e importante. Agradeço muito o empenho de todos. E fica aqui o nosso compromisso de levar os resultados desse evento para o Congresso Brasileiro para aprimorar o debate na temática do projeto de lei 2120. Estarei acompanhando o evento online. Obrigada, um grande abraço e sucesso!
Okay, thank you very much, Congressperson Rosana Valle, for our kind words. I'd like just right now to ask Dr. Zilda to say a few words in the name of Ethics AI, considering that she represents this institution. Dr. Zilda, thank you very much for your presence. I guess you will talk in Portuguese, and I'll try my best to translate to all our guests, okay?
Doutor Tiago, mais uma vez, muito obrigada, né, pelo gentil convite. Para mim é uma honra muito grande poder dividir, né, essa mesa, né, virtual com nomes tão renomados. Espero que nós possamos contribuir com essa discussão tão importante, né, esse assunto tão atual e tão relevante. Tá? Eu vim representar, né, o Ética, os grupos de pesquisa, e nós temos uma missão muito importante, né, que é contribuir para a pesquisa científica, acadêmica, nessa temática tão importante. Então, nosso instituto, dentre as suas finalidades, nós pretendemos desenvolver projetos de pesquisa científica e tecnológica, né, que façam uso de tecnologias digitais, que tem como objetivo criar soluções inovadoras para problemas jurídicos com impactos socioeconômicos, justamente com foco nessa proposta de ética na inteligência artificial. Então, desde já, nós já nos colocamos à disposição, o nosso grupo de pesquisa, a gente deseja contribuir, né, com todas essas discussões. Mais uma vez, muito prazer, né, poder dividir essa mesa com todos vocês. Muito obrigada, Dr. Tiago, mais uma vez.
Obrigado, minha querida Zilda. Thank you very much, dear Zilda. Thank you very much for your presence. I will summarize her talk. She represents Ethics AI. It's a new group here in Brazil, a new enthusiastic group composed by enthusiastic researchers, especially from law field. And this group are trying to develop research and research in several areas, from technologies and naturally artificial intelligence. And she's delighted to be here representing this group. And she's also available for everyone who wants to share research here with them. And with us all, my dear Zilda, com eles e com todos nós. Muito, muito, muito obrigado. Thank you very much. And I like, my dear Zilda, please share to Professor Paola, who is the representative of the Ethics AI, our kind thank you for being part of this. Professor Paola, as I was explaining, could not be here with us for personal reasons. Professor Paola, and also Dr. Anna Kovakian also could not be here as for personal reasons, okay? Well, my dear friends, I guess it's enough talking, enough thinking, and it's now time for the better time for share our knowledge. And to begin to open this conference, I guess anyone would not be a better fit, a better choice than Dr. Jassim Haji. Everyone on this table, everyone on this meeting are plenty capable of transmitting with all the clarity, all the finest ideas. But I believe Dr. Jassim, who is an engineering, who is a professional with more than 30 years of knowledge of these technological aspects established in Bahrain. Dr. Jassim is one fantastic person. Our dearest friend, Dr. Emmanuel Goffi, said on the comments, I guess it's quite interesting. He said, no one should miss a speak from Dr. Jassim. I guess it's true. Dr. Jassim is someone who must be listened to, and I do believe, and I'd like to say thank you, Dr. Jassim, for inviting us to be part of IGOI. Thank you for representing this fantastic research group, IGOI, this fantastic international community on artificial intelligence. You are indeed some extraordinary human being. Thank you very much for accepting this to be here, and I guess you have the spot. Thank you, Dr. Jassim.
Good evening, good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Greetings from Bahrain, in the heart of the Gulf and in the Middle East. Thank you for your kind words, Professor Tiago. This is overwhelmingly humbled by your kind gesture. I know you've been working on this for the past few months, been dedicating time to this, communicating to others. I'm a proud person to have you as part of the International Group of Artificial Intelligence. who was, I'm thankful to Professor Goffi, who introduced us to you and other members. I'll take this forum as well to invite anybody else, the honorable speakers, participants in any languages, to be part of this fastest growing artificial intelligence group, over 25 countries representing and getting to nearly 300 members. But I'm humbled to represent that and the Bahrain Artificial Intelligence Society and the Research and Development Center of His Highness Sheikh Nasser and many other activities. People ask me about those, how do I spread time? I have a simple answer. I tell them I have no life. That's why I do all these things. So that's a simple answers of cutting yourself into pieces. So again, thank you for the invitation. I will not prolong the discussions, and I'll give the guests opportunity to explore theirs. Before I start, what does AI means to the Middle East? Maybe Middle East and GCC. GCC is the Gulf Cooperation Council, 6 countries on the coast of the Gulf. Bahrain being one of them, Saudi Arabia's, UAE's, Kuwait, Qatar's, and Oman. The biggest expenditure today, according to most researchers, is done here on the artificial intelligence. It's expected in the next few years, $500 billion investment in the AI. You have here the lines, the new city of Saudi Arabia, that by itself is over $350 billion investment. And the same happens to the other countries. We have the first artificial intelligence ministry in the world. And the investments are growing in different sectors. I will give you a few probably topics that we are working, the visions of the region. Probably we are not the strongest in terms of the development, but we are the strongest with the strong economy, with a young population to implement AI in different aspects of our day-to-day lives. I would like to just quickly share with you a presentation.
Everything looks okay, Dr. Jassim. Dr. Jassim, your mic is off. I guess okay right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, great, thank you. Just to look at the artificial intelligence and the machine learning and what other services we look at into our day-to-day lives. Now, the difference between our countries or in this region and the rest of the world, when we talk about, probably the technology is the same, but when the ethics and values and cultures comes, and I don't want to hijack what our friend Emmanuel is going to say later, but we have, probably I will just say about the cultures in the Middle East and our priorities and how these affects the way we pose the artificial intelligence in the future of the lives. and why some of the values and the differences make the difference even in the implementations. Now, if we look at the applications of the artificial intelligence and using them in our workplace in this region. So the financial services, and this is just some of the statistics that comes out, we use 70% that's implemented in the area of the AI. Now the EU reports found 86% that's of the services plan to increase in the AI related, but I don't know about that. I don't know. These are some of the thoughts that's been put in place by 2025. I don't know even if that's achievable, because some of those reports are coming during the COVID. And it's interesting to see the reports came 2 weeks ago from one of the leading audit companies that although during the pandemic, at the beginning of it, we all had biggest gift given to the AI and the future techs by the implementation of services and fast tracking those forecasts which were predicted by 2030, bringing them forward. And everybody was optimistic that that lesson has given us an opportunity to evolve our lives. But other reports now comes up, especially in Asia, Middle East, and countries that have relatively recovered from the pandemic, that they're going back to the slow pace of implementing AI in their lives. And that's really concerning because the human memory is becoming so fast evaporated compared to what has happened. Now, what's going to happen to probably the customer services, to other places, that's debatable. But what we're going to see definitely is increase in the implementation with the lower of the cost. Now, I had an experience, for instance, in implementation of the customer services, AI and machine learning services in Middle East and North Africa. And just in the last 1 year and 1.5 years, it has dropped by 30%. That is an encouraging signal for us in the region to move ahead with it. And the healthcare, the remote surgeries, the X-ray predictions, cancer studies, all that has now become a part of the reality. If you go to universities, you will notice that many of these researches that was done previously on pure medical cases now is done through AI and machine learning. This gives us a hope that the future of the healthcare, and there are two main areas that's been really focused upon, and one is the cancer predictions, and the other one are related to cardiac heart attacks, and the data that is available, we would be able to reduce that by at least 35% in the next decade or so. The banks as well in our areas are disappearing. The branches are going away. The currencies are disappearing, becoming more of transactionals. The new banks, NEO banks, are now, I know in Australia, in Russia, China, up to a certain extent in India and Canada, of course in US, are taking momentum. But in this part of the world as well, many of the banks are, there are three types of the banks that we will see in future. The traditional ones that are moving to digitalization, the banks that are separating their core business and their e-services, and then we will see the new banks that are built from the scratch and they're purely based on AI with no or little bit of stuffing, and the entire transactions and entire back-end functionalities is done through that. That's the revolution that we will see a future to come. The same things we will see in education. Here we focus a lot on the data from the students from the kindergarten to the university, where we can get the data carried away with the students throughout their journey and be able to probably produce in near future robotic accompanied teachers and robotic counselors, where they'll be able to communicate and provide dedicated lessons to students starting from the kindergarten and planning them for the years to come. Of course, that's not to replace the teachers, but eventually will take over many of their responsibilities. The same things as I said on the customer services. Now we have locally made chatbots with Arabic language, for instance. That's conversational chatbots, not Q&A chatbots. And major companies like Google, AWS, and Microsoft are forced now to bring into our languages. But not only that, we have tons of dialects, and even going to the pure dialects. I don't know, Tiago and the team, if there are such things in Portuguese, etc., but I'm sure if it isn't, this is something that will come up with the local communities or others. Now, one of the other things, so the other part that you also mentioned earlier, Tiago, is related to, you said you've been hacked, and most of the attacks that's happening in this world, for instance, what you've seen months ago in the federal agencies in US and those that you have witnessed other parts of the world, that there were no trace of the cyber attackers, or could not be identified. And there was a simple reason, because there were no people. That was monitored, the patterns were identified over the period of months, and then attacked at the right moment by the machine learning backed cyber attackers. So it becomes a big issue now, even for you guys to find out ethically, how can you defend your entire network with human against AI cyber attackers? There is no even balance or equivalence for those two to coexist. And that's why we will see further attacks with criminals constructing carefully with AI-backed attackers. And the more you do a firefighting with the human, with the trainings, with trying to investigate, the gap becomes wider, and that's brings concerns to the world community. Without further ado, the challenges now on that's probably my last slide, on the jobs that will disappear and the jobs that will be created as part of the AI in future. Now that I'll have to differentiate when we see reports and they're talking about the global communities. That's not true. You'll have to look at the leading countries. The more advanced you are, of course, then you have a bigger risk of losing jobs. The countries more dependent on the labor market, on the agriculture, etc. Those are probably will survive longer, but the industrial countries who believe in evolution of technology and the modern economy will be subject to those to happen. And that's the study that has to be planned carefully on the future jobs, linking them to the education, which is the core part of that. Now, with that, I come to end of my very quick presentation that I promise not to prolong with dear Tiago, but I'll leave you with the thoughts that the more communities from different parts of the world discuss such issues, the more solutions will be evaluated. And I've noticed that my 4 or 5 years of work within the region was not that effective as much as when we had a bigger community and a wider discussions with the different points of view. We also, with the team, just to let you know how much we focus on AI, that we have one of the first in the Middle East and Asia conference on artificial intelligence and sports, which will be moderated by Dr. Emmanuel, and that will be followed by the head of Gulf Cooperation Council and the ministries of the justice in all those countries during Dubai Expo, a conference on AI and judiciary and the courts. And we are hoping people like yourselves to participate and have them on board to visit us in Dubai, that you can communicate through either Emmanuel or our friend Tiago. And then we are doing similar things in different industries to make a focus, not on a generic discussions on AI, but more of industry by industry. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I wish you all best of luck for the rest of the sessions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jassim, once more. Thank you very much for your presentation. I just 1 second, let me pinpoint this. Okay, just to inform everyone, we had a major bot attack on the chat of our events on LinkedIn. I guess this divided some of our audience to a fake URL. So we are currently facing right now. I naturally present. I point this as spam, but LinkedIn did not say anything so far. Just to keep all you in notice what's going on right now. Dr. Jassim, this is so it's quite interesting to say this is some bad aspects from bots and AI that we are current and ironically facing just right now. But so far, so good. Dr. Jassim, we here in Brazil are facing some interesting aspects of these bots that you've mentioned, this talking bots that you've mentioned. This is quite interesting here in Brazil because we have some interesting aspects of this. Probably because of machine learning interpretation of the code. We have some these adjustments of the machine learning code from assistants from banking, assistants of auto assistant aspects and general assistance aspects, and these goes something like that the experiment that I guess Microsoft released a few years ago, in which a Twitter account organized by AI was tweeting, and at some hours, considering machine learning and algorithms, this goes by simple machine learning code, by a interaction between emulated human being to a Nazi and Hitler's supporter person bot. So we are here facing some of these aspects, some of these deviant aspects from machine learning code, and I guess it's one precise point that we in the current legislation, we are the current bill here in Brazil, we could write, understand and face, and probably get it better so we don't face situations like this. The responsibility of the person who program these, the responsibility of the companies who held the kind of technologies, it's all quite important to develop this kind of situation. Thank you very much, Dr. Jassim. Dr. Jassim would say something else about this matters.
No, I just wanted to highlight the sectors, and I think security is probably most complicated in terms of investing and investigating in the solutions, but also when the attacks happen, that's probably the biggest area that you will be hit with. So I think, and I criticize openly the companies who are still developing traditional security equipment, because that's so expensive, and they probably last you for the next 7 to 8 years. And I think those are the wrong decisions that probably done, because the human is still concerned about losing their grip on the security aspects, but I think that mindset should be changed, and it comes from people like yourselves who perpetuate how the future of the cyber security is lying with ML, but sooner or later that has to be implemented. Thank you again for the time allocated, and sorry if I overrun.
Thank you, Dr. Jassim, for your kind words. Thank you very much for being here with us. I'd like to break a little bit the protocol and invite Dr. Zalia Perdona, representative of Mackenzie Presbyterian University, my dearest friend, my dearest professor, my advisor on the Ph.D, Professor Zalia. Professor Zalia will say a few words in Mackenzie's name, and as I mentioned before, Mackenzie is one of the organizers of this event, supporters of this event, along with all those 4 organized groups. And Professor Zalia here is representing Mackenzie. She's one of the members of the Scientific Council. Professor Zalia, thank you very much once more for being here in a Saturday with us. Muito obrigado, minha amiga professora Zélia, por estar aqui conosco. And then I will share the spot with Dr. Divya. Thank you very much, Dr. Divya. I'm seeing you right now. Just 1 second. We will continue with the talking. Professora Zélia.
Em primeiro lugar, eu gostaria de pedir desculpas porque estava num outro evento e acabei me atrasando um pouco para ingressar nesse. Eu quero dizer que é uma honra para o Mackenzie poder apoiar esse evento, né, juntamente com a Universidade de São Judas Tadeu, a Unimonte, as MAC de Santos, a Unisanta e a Prefeitura do Guarujá e a Poli da USP. Quero cumprimentar a todos os palestrantes e eu faço cumprimentando ao professor Tiago Felipe Avancini e a professora Paula Catarine Guerra, e em nome da próxima palestrante, que eu vou fazer ela atrasar um pouquinho, né? A Dirva Disvent, quero cumprimentar todos os palestrantes, quero parabenizar a organização pela oportunidade da temática. É muito importante nós trazermos para as nossas universidades, para as instituições, contribuições para o Congresso Nacional. E aqui eu faço um registro de agradecimento à deputada federal Rosana Valle, que está fazendo essa conexão com as universidades. E quero especialmente cumprimentar aos professores estrangeiros, né? Eu vejo aqui, Tiago, que nós temos professores de diversos países, né? Então, eu quero cumprimentar, aqui nós temos da Índia, da França, da Croácia, do Canadá, do Bahrein, do Egito e do Brasil. E a inteligência artificial é uma temática que, além da regulamentação, que está sendo tratado aqui o projeto, nós temos também a questão da implementação disso. A gente já vive a inteligência artificial, que traz repercussões positivas, professor Tiago, e repercussões que geram muitos desafios. Então, estar com todos nesse sábado de tarde, para nós do Mackenzie, é uma alegria e uma honra. Eu peço, Tiago, que você traduza, porque o meu inglês é sofrível, e justamente por isso eu não vou tentar falar aqui em inglês, mas registrar o meu agradecimento e vou acompanhar o congresso, porque eu não falo, mas entender eu entendo. Então, quero agradecer aqui, passo a palavra a você, registrando mais uma vez que fico muito feliz e ver o professor Tiago, que foi meu orientador no PhD, me orientando no PhD, no doutorado, ver assim, coordenando diversos eventos nacionais e internacionais com esse grande brilhantismo. Professor Tiago, mais uma vez, muito obrigado. Peço desculpa a Divya, que vou atrasá-la um pouquinho na sua fala, e devolvo a palavra para você, em nome do Mackenzie, agradecendo mais uma vez a oportunidade.
Obrigado, minha amiga. Well, now I'm going to translate. I'll try to keep it short, but Dr. Zelia, she's the light and the name of Mackenzie Presbyterian University for being part of this event. She will thank everyone who is present, and especially considering our international guests who are available to debate on these. I'd like to ask some excuses, Dr. Divya, for advancing a little bit on her time, but this all will be managed in short notice in the continuation of this event. And also she'd like to extend her thanks to everyone who is organizing this event. Sept, IGOI, and Ethics, Global Ethics AI Institute, and Ethics AI, all those who are responsible from this institute. She's also like to say her gratitude, say thanks to Congressperson Rosana Valle, who brought the results of this event to the National Congress, so we can bring together, we can construct together a better bill, AI bill for Brazilians. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado, Professora Zélia. I'd like to remind you all, my dear friends, that we are trying our best to have automatic translation to Portuguese, from English to Portuguese in YouTube. So it's available, the auto subtitle in YouTube. And I guess so far it's working reasonably, I guess. I don't know for sure if it's okay. So if YouTube viewers can say if it's making some sense. I know the simultaneous translation is kind of rushed sometimes, kind of not good sometimes, but it's one that we are available, with the technology we are available right now to have this event to everyone who can understand, can talk in English so well. Thank you very much, my dear friends. Thank you very much for Mackenzie. I'd like to salute Rafael, my dear student. I'd like to salute Erica. I'd like to salute all my friends, students who are here with us. Thank you all for being here. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Dwivedi. I'm sorry if I mispronounce Dr. Dwivedi, and please correct me. I am so sorry for this. Dr. Diva is a social entrepreneur, activist, and experienced projects on manager with demonstrating history of working in non-profit organizations, management industries, and equipped with degrees in law and tech, MBA, and currently practicing law. She's a skilled and researcher in development and legal research, legal leadership, and public speaking. Diva is strong with programs and project managers, professionals with LL.B, Bachelors of Law, focus on corporate law, tax, and law taxation, and intellectual property. Law property from Indian Institute of Technology. Dr. Diva, thank you very much for being here with us. Thank you very much for having part of your time to debate some of these important matters for us. We are so glad to hear your kind voice, your strong voice, one of the leaders, woman in India, to talk about our AI bill. Thank you very much once more. You have the floor.
Thank you, Thiago. I suppose I am pronouncing your name well. It's not Dr. Divya, it's only Divya Dwivedi. I have not possessed Ph.D. yet, so that's the only correction you need to make. But that being said, thank you for the floor. Thank you, Dr. Zelia. I hope I'm taking your name well. Dr. Haji in the morning specifically asked me to try and include in my talk a little bit about AI and judiciary and AI, how it is affecting India or any other judicial segment in other countries. Earlier, I was only preparing on AI bill of Brazil and a comparison with India, but we do not have any bill in India. We just have a representative paper where we have taken 8 points, like Brazil has taken it from OECD AI observations, same ways we have taken it. And we have tried to make it on 2 basics, that is how it is impacting the society and how it is affecting the economics of the whole atmosphere. So first, I would like to talk a little bit about how this AI representation of OECD has affected all the countries. It all started with Canada. They did it in way back, I think in 2016, they came out with a strategy paper and AI bill. And after that, it was 30 countries who have adapted almost on the similar lines. But the thing is, which the separation where it is about the digitization of any of the economy, how much digitally equipped we are, how much electrically we are equipped, and how much connected we are. It all depends on that. And how many courts of our countries are being totally online. And that we have seen during pandemic that it was total lockdown, and most of the courts were closed because they were not able to perform many aspects online. But slowly we adapted, as we humans have a tendency of coming back from all kind of pandemics and fighting it hard. So we did that. Now coming to the bill, what a Brazilian bill, I specifically love the Article 10, where it is talking about all kind of promotion and encouragement. And they're actually talking about in being inclusive in all manner possible, be it about the investment in research, be it about technological interoperability, how it is going to affect the power of public, how it is going to affect the power itself, and how are you going to restructure the labor market. They are even talking about it. And it was a beautifully drafted bill, by the way. I sheerly enjoyed it, though it was not readily available in English. It had to be translated. You shared it with me. So I am only referring from that. Other than this, the best aspect which I felt was that they are trying to be inclusive of both the technology and human aspects. That is, having human rights in AI, and how are we going to rely on AI if we do not train it as humanly as possible. And I think similarly, we in India, we have been talking about how will we basically manage the whole responsibility of AI. That is, we are basing it on 8 principles of safety and reliability, equality, inclusivity and non-discrimination, privacy and security, transparency, accountability, and protection and reinforcement of the positive human values. Now, this positive human values has a very broad spectrum, and that's where all parts, all things, even of law comes into picture, because law is made to take care of human values, to make sure that there is some enforcement on the public to take care of the society. So I'll move from this to now the judiciary aspect, how it is affecting. There are 2 things. In Brazil, you have Victor. In India, we have SUPAS. And we both are currently not going to implement AI directly as judges or robots as assistants. We are only talking about in our individual capacities about building a data grid and having a portability of assistance. And that's what I could understand from whole of the aspect. Interestingly, day before yesterday, I was attending a nice seminar by MIT. They were talking about turning law into code, and they are developing a legal code called Catala. And it was a fascinating aspect. And I just enjoyed that because then I was thinking about this meeting, as in how are we actually going to develop? We are currently coding it as engineers do, and we are coding it in a way that we can fit law into it. But is it possible to develop a total new code for law? And that's what they're doing. And it was fun. I just wanted to share that with you. And now there is an innovation index which came, I think, last week. So India is on 46th rank and Brazil is on 57. So pretty much we are racing for all the developing part of the world, and we are trying to do the best. And innovation is something which will come if we are adapting AI so fast. Now, since Dr. Haji was so humble with giving me this topic on AI and judiciary, so the thing is, in India, we are trying to keep it more human till now. We do have papers. We are very good at writing papers. Every one of us are doing that. But we are not going to implement it immediately because I think there is a humanity aspect added to it, because as the previous presenter, he was saying that it is going to take a lot of jobs of paralegals. What I believe in, that is not possible. If you can complement with all the knowledge which is required, I don't think your jobs will be lost. And that was the skepticism of people when computers came into life, and we had thought that we all will lose jobs and there will be no work of labor, but it remained there. But industries grew because computer made our lives much easier, implementation much easier, and similarly AI is going to do that. That's my perspective, that is my thought process. Now I'll move from this topic to a very important topic which we should always remember, that whether a technology is going to help gender or not, gender not in terms of all kind of that gender justice, this, that, no, gender equality. Are we going to talk about it? Are we going to give that right? Is technology helping us in doing that? That's what was there. And I found that aspect in Brazilian AI bill. They directly are not talking about gender equality, but they are saying that they will be providing equal opportunity to almost everyone, as in when possible, howsoever. And they have based their principle on benefiting the people and planet, same as OECD. So I couldn't find anything about what they're talking about planet then. But for people, they have talked a lot about. Your AI bill is quite fascinating for me. And I'm hoping that India will come soon. Now, all this brings us to the biggest issue of privacy. How data privacy will be taken care of. Like you said, today only there was some hacking. And that's how vulnerable we are. We really don't know what and how we are going to get affected. Thiago, please do remind me if I am taking a little longer. Do let me know. I'll stop because there is a lot.
Go ahead.
Great. So about this, what happens is the moment we are trying to talk about only AI, we tend to forget the other aspect of bringing in cybersecurity. And when different kind of experts, they until they combine together their resources, it is very hard to combat all these kind of infringements and hackings and whatever is happening. And that's what is affecting our whole system. Why I'm saying that? Because recently there was a lot of talk about how to make ethical AI, trustworthy AI, responsible AI. And if you're talking about that so much, if you want to make it so human, you should remember that humans are also imperfect, and we just try to be perfect, but it is not possible. And we keep on trying to do as best as possible to make sure that at the end we do not do anything wrong. And that's what is stopping us from giving AI all the rights which should be given, because we feel that we will lose our authority. And we humans have a tendency of trying to have control on pretty much everything. And recently, Australia gave patent and copyright to AI, even though keeping in mind that it will be owned by a human. Similarly, South Africa gave, but US denied. I don't know what Brazil is going to do. I'm really hoping on some IP case laws from there, because my practice area is a little bit wider than what I talk about AI and law. Then there is IP also, and everything is affecting our life until unless we find a way. I don't know how we are going to get to this particular universal guideline aspect, and if that happens anytime sooner, I think we will be on the right path and probably we'll be safe. And before anything like that, I would like to add one thing about AI and law. It is definitely a very fascinating field, but there are not many lawyers who have engineering background, and there are not many engineers who have lawyer background. So that is one thing which is stopping many people, and probably that is the reason why people are coming up with no code AI and or low code AI. There are so many faculties with whom I'm in touch with, like Dr. Sudha is there in Stanford, and she talks a lot about all this, and I enjoy her classes. Why? Because she talks on a very broader spectrum. And when you understand law as an engineer and engineer as a lawyer, it becomes a little bit easier. For me, it's easy. Similarly, it's human-centric AI. If we start talking about it, it is another bigger field. I just wanted to put in a lot of aspects in front of you, so that after this conference also you keep on thinking about all that, and we can have another talk about it. So I'll refrain myself from taking any longer, but I would definitely say that we are on the fastest path, and with thanks to pandemic, that everything is in we have taken a hyper jump, probably at least 10 to 15 years of a jump, and that jump is probably showing right now, because everyone is sitting in different parts of the world and we are enjoying this from our houses. So that's something which is very good. And for me, it has been boon, because I have been able to help as many women and children as possible, because you can guide as many people in the world, whosoever you can contact it, and you can ask them. Like right now, if I want Diego to give a class to my students, he will happily agree, I hope. I'm doing that on national platform, but still, that's how you connect, and that's how you educate people. And I think awareness is the key. And if we are aware of what is going on in our policies, definitely we'll be on the happy side of it. So thank you so much, and thank you for giving me this much time. Thanks.
Thank you, Jiva. Thank you. You are the best. Thank you very much for accepting being here with us. It's so nice to hear some fantastic things on India. We have here some participants on the chat. Our friend, Dr. Sudha, she's mentioned first the admiration that she had for you, Diva, and I guess it's justified now that I hear you. Thank you, Sudha. She's currently asking about emotions in AI. This is she does teach about these matters. She's a teacher and a scientist and a researcher herself, and she's quite interested. What do you think, Diva? Do you think that is feasible to realize, to understand, to believe that is a AI with emotions in a short notice, in a short future? Because my opinion here, I'd like to share. I don't believe this is quite feasible at all, at least on the next couple of years, maybe a couple of decades, because the system that turn a human being in a human being, it's quite more complicated than everything that we have on the technological level so far. What's your opinion on these, and do you believe as a law researcher as well as an engineer researcher, do you think that it's feasible to maybe get in contact with artificial intelligence with emotions or emulating emotions? What are your thoughts?
Wow, emotional AI, yeah, definitely. Right now, given the situation, I can believe anything can happen in future. AI can be made emotional depending on what kind of, to give it a narrow aspect, what kind of data we are feeding, that's how AI will react. Because we are actually nurturing a child, and the kind of data we are giving the child learns to react. They learn when they are hurt, they know how to react, and that's how AI will do if we give it that kind of emotions. And since I do watch a lot of movies, I can assure you probably this is going to happen very soon. And not only emotional AI, it will definitely become a very responsible AI as well, if we learn how to give it certain kind of data which will make it sensible enough to come up with the same kind of thought process or belief as we have, barring the fact that we tend to have a lot of biases. And if we are trying to remove that bias, we have to learn what kind of data we are providing it. So that is what I feel, and I'm pretty much sure that we are going to have emotional AI very soon. And thanks, Dr. Sudha, for asking that. I know you talk a lot about it, and I enjoy every class of us. You should connect with her as well, Thiago. And one thing last I talked about was spiritual AI and how it is going to affect us, because I was not talking about AI and spirituality. I was talking about making AI in itself spiritual, not religious, but spiritual. How will it react and how will it support our whole system? Ecosystem will change, and let's see how it will change. Let's start doing it, hopefully. Thank you so much for the question.
Thank you, Dr. Diva. I'd like to know, my dear friend, I'd like to invite you. We here in the Sept, we have a bulletin, we have a short texts, short articles that we present every month. And I was right now wondering for the next month, and I shared this with my dearest friends from Sept, Vera and Dr. Spina, that I'd like to write something about metaphysics, spirituality, and artificial intelligence. So here you right now talking about this, I'd like to firsthand invite you. Maybe we can have something together. We can think something together. I will keep you. I'd like
absolutely done. But Dr. Sudha was asking about human emotions. Will AI be able to guess? Ma'am, it will. I'm pretty sure you will make sure that AI will start learning human emotions, and it will detect human emotions, given that we provide it with the best intelligence possible. Thiago, I'm feeling obliged right now the way you have offered me that. I would love to do this with you, whatever you propose, being writing paper or whatever. Thank you so much for the invite. Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you very much once more, my dear friend. I'd like to say once more that I'm very enchanted to know you, to get in touch with you, have us here in Brazil, a friend, all us here admire so much your work. And continuing, thank you, Doctor. Continuing on this debate, this meeting, I'd like to invite our fine and fantastic, once more, research here, Dr. Eugenio Garcia. Dr. Eugenio Garcia is a Ph.D. in International Relations and researcher on artificial intelligence and global governance. He is a former senior advisor on peace and security office on the President of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. He has also a PhD in History of International Relations from Brasilia University of Brasilia, and also he teaches in the Rio Branco Institute. Dr. Eugenio Garcia right now are talking from San Francisco, US. Thank you very much once more. I admire your work. I admire your research, Dr. Eugenio, to everything that you are right now. Just 1 second. Let me put you on the screen. All right. Now we have you right on the screen. I'd like to say that I admire your work very much. I'd like to say that I admire your research very much. I've been following you in a while, in a good sense, but I've been following you in a while. Thank you very much for being here with us, to share your time here with us. Dr. Eugenio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Thiago. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the invitation to join this panel. Greetings from San Francisco. I'm glad to be here. And going straight to the point, before addressing more specific issues regarding the Brazilian bill on AI, I think it's important to understand the challenges surrounding the regulation of new technologies in general. So as a background for our discussion today, let me first share some thoughts on how to regulate new technologies. We can consider, for instance, that I'm suggesting 5 steps for effective regulation. Step 1, definition. So you need to define what you want to regulate. And for this, a working definition should be enough, I think. You don't need to seek unanimous agreement on a precise definition, and you definitely don't want to be stuck in long philosophical discussions on the subject matter. Step 2, principles. So what values, principles, and moral stances do you want to uphold while you try to regulate new technologies? Any specific rules should protect and be in line with these principles. And step 3, use cases. So while deploying the technology that you define in step 1, our working definition, what are the applications you want to regulate? So depending on the use cases, you should decide what can and cannot be done. For example, any use that can go against the principles you decide to uphold in step 2, you should avoid going down this road. And in doing so, you must make sure the legislation is future-proof to cope with technological progress over the years. Step 4, compliance. So some sort of oversight and enforcement mechanisms are needed to ensure compliance by all stakeholders. There are many ways to enforce rules, as we know, such as monitoring, legal requirements, penalties, and other sanctions. But compliance is really key. Step 5, institutional framework. Normally, you will need an institutional framework in place to do the job, to inform, clarify, and engage stakeholders, set standards, promote best practice, monitor use case, and when it's the case, punish non-compliance. So this is a framework, but there are many options. This is one of the possible approaches that I'm suggesting, just as a background for our discussion today. But of course, any attempt to regulate new technologies should take into account national priorities and local realities. And this is what we are trying to do today in the case of Brazil. At the international level, in artificial intelligence, there is an ongoing debate on principles of AI ethics, as you know. I know all our panelists are familiar with these principles, but just to give our audience a few examples, such as accountability, or AI should be deployed with meaningful oversight to ensure it's accountable to society. Fairness, AI should be developed in a way that reduce rather than increase bias and inequality. Or human control, humans should always maintain meaningful control over AI and all emerging technologies associated with AI systems. Respect for human rights and privacy, inclusiveness. AI should empower people and allow for more diversity. Safety and security of AI systems, precisely to avoid risks to users and unintended consequences, transparency, etc. So having said that, and again, taking into account national priorities and local realities, the AI bill in Brazil, as I see it, is heavily focused on higher principles and a more general cautious framework for the technology, which perhaps would not qualify to some of the points I have mentioned on regulations, namely step 3, which is identifying clearly use case, or step 4, ensuring compliance, including sanctions and other enforcement mechanisms, and step 5, an institutional framework to manage and oversee implementation. So in a nutshell, perhaps the bill was not really designed for regulation. And why do I say this? It's important to make a distinction between regulation and governance. Regulation is what I have already described, and it's usually associated with oversight bodies and the power of an authority to enforce the rules. Governance is different. Sometimes we talk about, for example, governance without government, especially at the international level. There is rather coordination in governance in a multi-stakeholder environment, for example, where in many cases there is no clear authority to responsible for enforcement of the rules. And when it comes to soft law, there is not even an obligation for the parties to abide by the rules if they don't wish to do so. So in such governance regime, some stakeholders may also adopt self-regulation practice, as in the case of private companies that voluntarily decide to move on and implement their own ethical requirements or any standards or recommendations, even if there is no legal obligation for them to do so. So in the Brazilian bill, it seems that the draft aims at providing a loose framework, mostly based on principles, rather than hardcore regulation per se. So as far as Brazilian public administration is concerned, which was supposed to be my main topic today, the bill has some points that are important and should be welcomed. For example, the general law on data protection, the LGPD in Brazil, is mentioned in 2 articles of the bill, which is a very positive feature in the document. The need for transparency is also recognized, and those deploying AI systems must be aware and follow the Brazilian legislation in this regard, in terms of data protection and respecting human rights and so on. I see there is an attempt in the bill to strike a balance between rights and duties, and I also think this is welcome. Article 9 of the original draft, it states that AI agents or whoever took the initiative to design, develop, and launch an AI system, these AI agents should only deploy them following an assessment of its goals, benefits, and risks in all the stages of the life cycle of the product. So the developers are ultimately responsible for what they bring to the markets, and they should stop, cancel, or recall the AI system if, for instance, human control is no longer possible. That's what the bill says. However, no indication is given on what happens in the case of inaction by the developers, even if there is a high risk that needs to be addressed. So this might be a problem. Concerning AI in the public sector, Article 10 of the bill provides a few guidelines for the federal government, states, and municipalities in relation to the use of artificial intelligence. And these guidelines include the following, according to the bill. promote and encourage public and private investments in research and development of AI, promote a favorable environment for the implementation of AI systems with due regard to the implications on the adoption of these new technologies, ensure technological interoperability, that's the term used by the bill, technological interoperability among the systems used in the public sector, which is particularly relevant for exchanging information and making procedures more efficient among federal government, states, and municipalities. Again, adopt open and free technologies, standards, formats, and invest in human capacity building in order to prepare the labor force for the AI revolution and the changes it will bring to the marketplace, especially the impact on jobs, what experts call technological unemployment. And finally, still according to the bill, established a multi-stakeholder governance mechanism, which is supposed to be transparent, collaborative, and democratic, with the participation of the government, the private sector, civil society, and the academic community. Well, I should say, in terms of public sector, that that AI can help promote innovation in government, but it's not necessarily the best solution for each and every problem. Like an AI toolkit that can fix everything. Public officials should assess on a case-by-case basis whether AI is the way to go or not. And we must avoid the hype and always keep a critical view of the technology. So back to Brazilian public administration. The role of the public sector is, I believe, manifold. And a recent OECD report suggests some of them. For instance, provide support and direction for experimentation by establishing overarching strategies and principles, promote diversity and multidisciplinary inclusive perspectives, develop a trustworthy, fair, and accountable approach for AI, establish legal and ethical frameworks, provide funding for research and development, training, capacity building, and infrastructure, and explore the potential of AI in government to increase efficiency and deliver better service for the public. So here we should highlight two different tracks or fields or areas of action. Track one is the use of AI tools in the public sector for governmental activities. So AI as a technology that can provide more accurate information, help improve public service. For instance, if you, by automating repetitive and time-consuming tasks, public officials and administrative staff would be able to focus on issues of public policy and spend their time at work in a more efficient way. So this track one is basically use of AI tools in the public sector. Track two is rather the larger political role of the state in public policy, more specifically in two dimensions: promoting AI technology, research and development and innovation, such as providing funding for new projects or investing in AI programs in universities, in private sector, etc. And second dimension is providing oversight and regulating the use of technology for the benefit of society as a whole. And the Brazilian bill is not about track one. Although it mentions that possibility, it does not provide a comprehensive strategy to achieve the goal of utilizing AI tools in the Brazilian public administration. And by the same token, the bill was not designed as a blueprint for promoting AI technology, research and development and innovation. This is something relating relates to the national strategy for AI, which is a different document to be discussed in another panel. So the field that the bill can hope to shape is the second dimension of track 2, providing oversight or regulating the use of technology. But in this field, as I said before, the bill falls short of the requirements for proper regulation because it's heavily focused on principles, basically. And yes, the bill was inspired by existing ethical recommendations put forward by some non-mandatory international documents, such as the OECD recommendations on trustworthy AI. They were adopted in 2019. The bill introduces a few rules, which will become law, but there is no provision for penalties in case of non-compliance. So the bill is, of course, more than a recommendation. It will be part of the Brazilian legislation, but its normative effectiveness could be compromised if there is no way to guarantee oversight and compliance. So maybe a final comment on the public sector. Just to finish, sorry, Thiago, if I'm talking beyond my allotted time, but Article 13 of the original draft is key. In this article of the bill, it said that the federal government, the states and the municipalities may request the stakeholders, I mean companies, institutions, etc., to publish a report on the potential impact of their AI systems. And this report mentioned by the bill, I believe should be like an impact assessment. And you see that in the proposed AI Act of the European Commission, for example, there is what they call a conformity assessment. But this conformity assessment, according to the European Commission proposal, is only applicable for high-risk systems. And in our bill, we don't have this approach of which is risk-based. So we don't know exactly when this report should be required, according to the bill. And another example, in the UNESCO draft recommendation on the ethics of AI, there is also something similar. It's an ethical impact assessment, which would provide guarantees that AI systems are safe, reliable, and accountable. So in the Brazilian bill, in the same Article 13, it's also stated that in addition to the report or this impact assessment, the Brazilian authorities can recommend, they can recommend, that's what the bill says, the adoption of standards and best practice for the implementation and deployment of these AI systems. Again, how to ensure compliance remains to be seen. So these are my initial thoughts, Thiago. I will stop here. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Eugenio. It's quite interesting to talk about this particular aspect of the public administration. Dr. Eugenio, you are Brazilian as I am, so you do understand better than I guess our foreign sides present here, our friends who are not from Brazil, who are following our thoughts on this afternoon. There is something that was brought to my mind when I see the bill in particular. The first thing that was brought to my mind, was highlighted on my view, is it is a quite short bill. It's quite, I guess, 20 or so articles in the bill at all. And I don't know, and I'd like to hear from you, I don't know if there is there must be a addition of articles on the bill so it can regulate better and better aspects, or considering the particularity of the Brazilian situation, you believe that those matters will be better regulated by a agency or by decree, presidential decree, which is under naturally the law, the abiding of law. What are your thoughts on this? Do you believe that it's better to create a strong law with more articles, or do you believe that some of those regulations must be and should be in account of an agency or a presidential decree?
Yeah, thank you, Thiago. Yes, I think the bill was designed that way to avoid hardcore regulation. So was the focus on principles was by design. So and see, even there is this balance between rights and duties, and some principles are mentioned, but as I said, it's difficult to make sure that there will be compliance, or I don't see any oversight bodies or any institutional framework beyond what we have today. But this is what perhaps the rationale of the text, the original draft of the bill, precisely to avoid hard regulation. And if this is good or bad, I think we need more discussions like this panel and engage with all interested parties in a multi-stakeholder setting. Because if we want to find the answers, we need to go deeper into this debate. On debate on the short and long-term implications of AI technologies in Brazil. So in my view, I think we need to strike a balance between over-regulation, which is bad, and under-regulation, which is also bad. So doing nothing doesn't seem to help address misuse or unsafe practice in terms of AI systems. So there is obviously no silver bullet solution to these problems. So the approach has to come from multiple sources. We need to discuss that. And to regulate is not just about prohibitions. It's rather about providing guardrails to guide and steer the technology in the right direction and for the greater good for society, and identifying red lines, if and when necessary. A good example, if you allow me, is traffic legislation. The ultimate goal is to steer traffic in the right direction, and by doing so, to prevent accidents from happening. Another example is environmental regulation. So let's suppose a company increases production to make more profits, but this approach may lead to more pollution or environmental contamination. This is what economists call externalities, in this case, negative externalities. The company will benefit from an increased production, but the consequence of more pollution are toxic chemicals in the atmosphere, environmental harm. So society will pay the price for the profit of some players, or in this case, it's a company increasing production. But if we think about AI, we have risks that are well known, and we have been discussing ethical applications of AI for a while, and we'll be, of course, in this panel, we will be discussing all these problems and risks as well. So, in my view, we need more discussions. So to really, for society as a whole, to have a say. So I think this would be very useful, and it would help to clarify, and I think that's what we need at this stage.
Okay, I believe you're right, my friend. We have here in Brazil some major difficulties on the regulation, and holding this thought a little bit to invite our next guest. I also like to propose Dr. Divya to talk a little bit about this reality in India, so we can hear from another reality. But first, I'd like to invite my dear friend, Ako Montilovic. I'm sorry, my friend, Ako Montilovic. Ato Montilovic, he is a psychologist, MBA and human research experts, one of the founders of Global AI Ethics Institute. He is currently a Ph.D. student in University of Dubrovnik and owner of the Future Art Human Rights consulting company focused on consulting areas of strategic organization, human resources departments, education and management developments, recruitment, compensations and benefits. Dr. Ato Montilovic, we here use the terminology doctor for all the persons who are quite special. So don't mind, Divya, don't mind, Ato, if we use this terminology also. It's something we Brazilians currently do here.
I forgive you.
No, thank you very much. But you will soon get your PhD, my dear friend, and American, you will.
So I will share my screen. I hope it will be possible, right? You just tell me if you are able to see it. So is it visible now?
Okay. So far here, and I'm okay. Adjusting right now. Go ahead, my friend.
Okay, so if you hear some children screaming in the background, those are my very spoiled twins, so I apologize in advance. There's not much I can do about it. So I will try to stick to the timeline and try to give you a few comments on the topic of AI and the lessons from European Union to the Brazilian, but both private and public sector, I would say both. So this is the short agenda. So I will talk a little bit about the positioning, some, let's say, dimensions of the decision that you might consider. I will just briefly mention EU ethics guidelines, since we also heard about them in the previous lectures. I will ask some questions that might be interesting to answer for you before making some decisions, and mention some ideas and examples that you can implement, as well as EU feedback from the private sector. So I mean, obviously, many of those things are going to be, I would say, quite simplified because of the scope of the lecture of 10 minutes. I could not go too much into the depth, but I think that you will get the general notion. So basically, if we are speaking about the strategic decision, we can say that on one side we have China with the fast rollouts of applications that are intended to monitor the citizens. And then on the other side, the United States, who left basically the private sector to create the commercial applications, right? And then the European Union is trying to create some kind of balance between the government and the private sector approaches. So for one thing, this is going to be one strategic decision, I would say, for the Brazil to decide where they want to be in this, I would say, dimension. Also, if you're speaking about European Union, it's not one monolithic body. We have different countries with different national strategies which are not completely aligned. So then, for example, some would say that France's AI strategy is more focused on the opportunities for the economy and society. But then Germany, for example, and partially Italy, it is driven, and this is the interesting word, by the fear of losing economic opportunities. And then there are differences between those strategies. Again, for example, in this area of military and security elements of artificial intelligence, where France obviously has a certain awareness about it, but Germany, for example, is at the moment mostly neglecting this area. So then again, this is something that if I would be in Brazil making decisions about it, this would be one very interesting discussion to have, how to position your national strategy. So what is interesting for me to underline is basically this prediction. So basically the European Union is betting, and we might be wrong, that commercialization and the development of artificial intelligence will be driven by the public trust. So this is something that is obviously valid in our cultural environment and both economic, I would say, environment. And it might not be like that in other parts of the world. So this is something then again for your companies, but also for your government to decide. So we went through the ethics guidelines. So we have here the trustworthy AI assessment list, which was mentioned, I think, partially by Eugenio. So transparency, robustness, privacy and data governance, diversity, non-discrimination, human agency and oversight, well-being, and accountability. And obviously inside the Europe, we had a lot of discussion, a lot of working groups that were considering those things and deciding about them. So this is also some kind of process that needs to be done in every country, or at least I would say in every continent. And I'm sure that Emmanuel, my partner in the Institute, will also touch that subject and go a little bit deeper in it. We, as a part of the Alliance for Responsible AI, this is one interesting information maybe for all of our listeners, are just finishing the Top of AI Startups Award, which is going to rank the first 3 startups according to some of those European Union trustworthy criteria. So there are a few questions that you need to answer for yourself first along the way. So I would say, for example, what applications are discriminatory? We have some proposals. So, for example, predictive policing is considered in some countries discriminatory. Migration and border control also. Some are considering the biometric categorization of race or gender or sexuality, highly problematic. And this is then connected with this European Union risk-based system, when you need to assess every startup, every project, and then to attach some kind of, let's say, risk score, and then to act accordingly. The second question that is also connected to what our colleague from India said with the law, and this is interesting to note, we have the absence of citizens' rights in our legislation. So currently, it is more defining relationship, I would say, between the providers and the deployers of the systems of artificial intelligence. So for sure, there is a big opportunity to work also on that part of the law that is kind of regulating the citizens' rights, and especially, for example, the rights of the children that are going to be affected by artificial intelligence, and many other interesting notions. So what is EU reality, I would say, which we in the private sector agree? So we are pro-innovation on the paper, allegedly, but many small startups are in reality hit hardest with the current regulation that we are having on, or that we are kind of developing. So we are not sure how small startups which don't have enough money to invest in all of those procedure documents and stuff like that, and certificates one day, how are they going to survive? So this is something that I would advise the Brazilian lawmakers and the bill makers to seriously consider. And then some ideas that could be, let's say, transmitted from European Union. So, for example, data sharing. This is something that is very close to artificial intelligence. So, as you can see here, building European data economy is one of the strategic goals of the European Commission. And they name data as the key enabler of growth and jobs in Europe. So furthermore, they see the private sector data as the key driver of innovation and competitiveness in Europe. So we are not speaking only about sharing data in one country, but basically in one continent. And this could be also something for me interesting for the Brazil and the Latin American countries, if we are speaking only not in the context of one country, but in context of one continent. So OECD considers data sharing as an effective means through which the social and economic value of data can be maximized. So when you're thinking about AI, think about what can you do with data sharing and collecting the data. So this is one, I would say, plug and play idea. Second idea that also came from the criticism of our current regulation are the sandboxes. So the proposal is to have so-called regulatory sandboxes, which allow organizations, especially those startups and smaller organizations, to develop and test new technologies in a low-stake monitoring environment before rolling them out to the general public. Because when they roll them out, obviously they will need to comply with all of those other requirements. But in those so-called sandboxes, they can just play around, they can test, and they can see what do they have. Also, I think one very good idea. The third thing is, of course, to have the detailed roadmap of investments. So it is not enough just to have the bill, the regulation, and some kind of, let's say, legal requirements. You need to think about the money, about the investments. So just consider this this piece of data. So European Union is currently 5 to 10 billion lagging in having investment gap in AI and blockchain per year. So this is per year. So can we compete with US and China with this difference this big? This is something that remains to be seen. The fourth idea, and I don't know if you're having it already, but it is to create some kind of landscape. So we are monitoring on the level of European Union, creating something that is called EU landscape. I have, of course, links. If anybody is interested, just contact me, or you just can Google it. So just be aware what is happening in Brazil and monitor it from year to year. We are having it on the EU level, but also this is the example of the Croatian AI landscape. So also a lot of companies and startups, a lot of early adopters, a lot of enablers of the ecosystem, and I'm happy that my company is also on this list. So if the Brazil is not having something like that, I would definitely advise them to start similar project. And then to get back to those already mentioned in the previous presentations, but also in my presentation, those, let's say, big words like explainability and things that are connected with the ethics, which is, well, the focus of Emmanuel's and my work. We need to be aware that it is easier said than done. You know, we can talk about it, but the question is, are we going to deliver? So, for example, there are some requests that the final assessment list should remove all questions relating to explainability. So as you can see here, explainability cannot be applied in all AI systems. And the Belgian society states in their feedback, full explainability can be a challenge, both in terms of feasibility and practicality. So we are not sure if this is even theoretically possible to do in every case. Similarly, with the transparency, it is not reasonable for some to include transparency as a requirement. According to industry, the section on transparency is first vague, and the guidance on the required level and scope of transparency is unclear, which will make the implementation difficult in practice. And of course, there are some questions about the intellectual property and the chance of somebody else stealing your code if you are, let's say, too transparent. So I would finish with those slides mentioning, okay, how to become a leader. If Brazil wants to become at least local leader, remember this: amount of resources required to keep up with the latest of AI developments cannot be met by going it alone. So probably we need to do, all of us, what we are doing right now, to connect through the different groups, through different institutions, and on the country level to compete with those who are currently the best. So I would also just like to remind all present that I was doing something, and I'm still doing it on my PhD, that is National AI Capital concept, the measurement of the level of potential of the one country to develop their AI system. So all of those who are interested to join, I will gladly speak with them. And here at the end, those are my contacts on LinkedIn. You can see some of my articles on my Medium, and I would recommend and invite everybody to join both the Global AI Ethics Institute and the Alliance for Responsible AI, which is on LinkedIn. And something, of course, which Jassim mentioned in the first lecture, the international group of AI is also one very interesting, fastly growing group of AI experts who is really interesting for all those who want to share their knowledge and to speak with people from all around the world. So, respecting my timeline, I would like to thank you all and give back mic to you, Tiago. Thanks.
Thank you once more for your presentation, Otto. It is fantastic to see some of these aspects are indeed quite connected with something that Eugenio mentioned before. After they are connected with some legislation that we have here in Brazil, Lei Geral de Proteção de Dados, LG Data Protection, General Data Protection Law. This document are still on the current track of Brazilian legislation, and this, for instance, denies the possibility for data use without any consent of the user. The user in general. So the user must to know what they are going into when he clicks yes to Facebook, to Google, to Microsoft, to any kind of research engine or anything like this, and all those shared data that these big companies will do. I'm so glad to hear from your research, and I'd like to get in touch to have more information. I thought this sounds quite interesting for me. Thank you very much for your presence here. Thank you very much. I know you do have two fantastic kids, and you are with them right now. I know you are a man of a family, and I'm stealing from them a little bit of their father's time. Thank you for being here with us, my friend.
Thanks, Tiago. See you later.
See you. Diva, with that thought on mind, I'd like to hear a little bit. How do you believe? How do you think? How does it work on India? Do you have in India some general regulation on the law, and then you do have a under law regulation by agencies or by decrees, or the law is quite big? How does this works in India and in India in general? I'm not talking about just AI, but the current status of general legislation. What can you say for us? Eva? Hey. Okay, I guess Diva had a minor problem. She went out. No problem. We will hold this thought a little bit. And when Diva must to connect back, I'd like to invite my dearest friend, Professor Emmanuel Goffi, to join us. Professor Emmanuel Goffi, he's one of the, I guess, fathers of the idea of this meeting, because Professor Emmanuel Goffi introduced us to a more multicultural approach, and this goes last year in a meeting that we share some time together. And from the last year from now, we developed some different projects in general. In my esteem for Professor Goffi by his humanity has grown, has increased quite in a bit. Professor Goffi, can you hear us? Are you there, my friend?
I think that he just left the meeting, I guess some kind of connection problems, because we were here both also in the event and on the phone, but he kind of disappeared. So I think that he might return in a few minutes when the connection restores. But I don't have any exact information. This is just my assumption.
Thank you, Otto. Thank you, my friend. I guess we have some minor instability problems here. Dr. Divya faced the same thing. And I guess Dr. Divya, she returns. My friend Divya, do you understand? Do you get the questions? Do you like to that I repeat for you, my friend, about the India reality, as long as Dr. Emmanuel Goffi don't start their thoughts? What can you share with us about the India reality on the creeds or under law regulations? How does this works in India, and how are your expertise on the artificial intelligence regulation in India? I'm just following. No problem, my friend. No problem, Dr. Divya. Can you share your thoughts?
Okay, I have to speak. Okay, fine. So I assume I actually got disconnected. So I assume you were talking apart from AI also, but I should be telling you that we have an Information Technology Act which takes care of most of our cybersecurity issues as well. But cybersecurity laws we do not have as of now. We try to take care of it in bits and pieces from our penal code, this and that. But AI we are definitely talking about, but we have not come to terms in bringing AI bill as of now. Data privacy bill is there though. Since 2019, we expect that it will become a reality. Only thing which has not been taken up there is right to erasure or right to deletion. I expect that to get changed soon, hopefully with the intervention of all the experts who are being involved in this. The contention which was there in our government was that if it is a right to erasure will only be successful if you have all the infrastructure in place, which makes sense when you try and understand in an aspect that we are the second largest population country in the world and the seventh largest in space. So keeping a track is one thing. I do know that is infringement of privacy, but then somehow I feel like that's there. But yeah, since you gave me an opportunity, I would like to add one thing. This pandemic which has provided an opportunity to women to come back to workforce. And that has happened probably because of the kind of work from home aspect which has come in. And that's where I think technology is helping us. Legislature around it will definitely take place soon, but it's not entirely ironclad kind of thing that it will take care of it immediately. But if harassments are taking place, then definitely police is very, very active. And there are so many states where cyber cops are there and they are taking care of the issue. So now coming back to the topic of comparison, I forgot one very pertinent comparison which I had found in Brazilian AI bill and a lot of other bills which are talking about enhancing more on trying to talk more upon human centric options and trying to make it more I won't say generic, but I would definitely say they are trying to make it broader in aspect, so that later if we want to make some legislature around it, it will become easier. Because if you close the doors now, it'll become very hard when it comes to parliament. All the countries have pretty much the similar kind of option of delaying things in whatever reason there may be. It may be the parliament, it may be the delay in the system, whatever. But that's what I feel. And I really do hope that I have understood your question correctly in terms of India. But if it was not, then apologies from my side because of the disconnection. I missed a lot of parts of it. So if I have missed it, do let me know.
You are fantastic, Dr. Divya. Thank you very much. I believe the same thing. If we get straight and strained and turn this like a brick wall, it would not allow the better development of the artificial intelligence. So it's kind of important to have a strong basis, a strong legislative basis, but is also quite strong. It's quite important, as Professor Eugenio was mentioned a little on this meeting, is to have a strong also basis on agencies and perhaps maybe on a decree, presidential decree. Despite the fact that both of these are quite susceptible of political pressures, but even so, I guess when we face a law by itself, it's kind of something that won't allow the correct and better growth of the development of AI. It's quite difficult to establish some balance here.
You know why I said that? I said that because it becomes very hard, even as humans, if we make a judgment in our heads, it's very hard to come out of it and try and adapt to new things. That's what is happening. I wanted to ask Echo a question, if it's allowed. I wanted to ask about the UK has recently launched AI strategy. And that was an amazing paper to read. But what are your views on that? Because you compared EU and UK thing with Brazil. To reach to US and China, what should be our aspects? As me sitting in India and Diego sitting in Brazil, what should you comment on that? The way UK has come up with all the AI strategy and the way they are leading the world with GDPR.
It's a fantastic question, my friend. But Dr. Sylvia will, I guess, answer this better in a short notice. Don't you say, Sylvia? She prepared something to establish some comparison between Brazilian law and UK and European legislation. I guess she will fantastically do a better job than myself to present this for us all. If I may so, I would invite in short notice Sylvia to talk about this, my friend. Okay, and from now, I guess Emmanuel is here. My friend Emmanuel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you definitely.
Welcome, my dear friend. Welcome. I'd like to invite to be here with us our dearest friend, Dr. Emmanuel Goffi. Dr. Emmanuel Goffi, he is, as was mentioned before, he is, I guess, one of the fathers, I name you fathers of this event, Emmanuel, because your thoughts on the multiculturalism aspect of the necessity to bring some different lights, some different approaches, some different people from different states, from different parts of the world are, I guess, the main motivation for this event. The Atto was mentioned this before, and I do believe strongly, as Atto mentioned, the necessity, the need for us all to connect, to have better laws, to have better approaches on this thematic, this specific thematic, this artificial intelligence thematic. As a matter of fact, of all thematics, we are strong together, then we are developing ourselves isolated. thank you very much for your thoughts. Thank you very much for inspiring us all here in Brazil, and thank you very much for being here with us. Dr. Emmanuel Goffi, he is a philosopher of technologies, and more especially an artificial intelligence ethicist. He has served French Air Force during 27 years, and he is one of the co-founders and co-directors of Global AI Ethics Institutes in Paris. And he is also an instructor, and researcher associate with Frankfurt Big Data Lab on Goethe University of Frankfurt in Germany. My friend, once more, merci pour votre présence. You have the floor.
Thank you, Edzo. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. That was really inspiring. All those talks were really interesting, and thank you to Edzo for making this possible. Obviously, I do appreciate your kind words, but I'm not definitely the guy who made that possible. You did the work, the job, and thank you for that. Really interesting and inspiring talks so far. And as you were mentioning that, Tiago, I think that it's really important to have this discussion on multiculturalism. That's something that I'm really focused on, and I do think that this conference can be the first step towards something new. Definitely, when we try to think about ethics applied to artificial intelligence, and beyond that to regulation of artificial intelligence. Interestingly, I hope that this conference will be once again the first step, and that we will gather in some other kind of collaboration, that we will have the opportunity to exchange on our views on that, because this is what makes it really interesting. We have different views, we have different perspectives, right? And to some extent, and even if we have to admit that we do not represent the grassroots people, because we have knowing people, I would say, because we are in the AI field. I guess the diversity of perspective that we have here is quite interesting to start with my presentation. May I just share my screen with you? Okay, let's do that. I want to start with something that is really important. I hope you see it, and it's the UNESCO Universal Declaration on Cultural Diversity, and all my thoughts would be based on that Article 4, stating that the defense of cultural diversity is an ethical imperative, inseparable from respect for human dignity. It implies a commitment to human rights and fundamental freedoms, in particular the rights of persons belonging to minorities and those of indigenous peoples. Why do I focus on this article? Because there is this idea that cultural diversity is something that is highly important. It is stated that it's an ethical imperative to defend cultural diversity. My point is that so far what I've seen, and this is exactly what I'm seeing with the AI, the Brazilian AI bill, is that this ethical imperative is not defended at all. What I'm seeing, and you've mentioned that, and we all agree on the fact that this bill has been copy-pasted basically on the OECD principles and on the EU principles. My point is to say that Brazil is not the only country doing that, and interestingly enough, you can see that also in the Middle East, in some countries like Bahrain, on the United Arab Emirates, that are using exactly the same principle, the same wording, the same ideas that are currently issued by the European Union, the OECD. Basically, my point is to say that what we see, and this is concerning to me as an ethicist and a philosopher, is a kind of conformism to principles that does not match the cultural diversity of the world. There has been already some point made about privacy, and also told about this idea of transparency, accountability, and all those words that are used that are really difficult to implement in the real world. And I can say that from experience when we're working, for example, with the Goethe Institute under the inspection process in assessing AI systems that are applied to the health industry, we can see that sometimes we have to deal with strong moral dilemmas, especially dilemmas based on the fact that some principles will confront each other in some cases, right? So applying those principles is all but easy. This is all about wording. This is really beautiful, but in the real world, when you're not an academic, when you have to appraise or use those principles, that's really, really, really difficult. And obviously, Atso was mentioning also startups, when they have to deal with those principles, they don't know where to start. They don't know how to do that. Not only they don't have the money to put in place all the requirement, not only they don't have money to hire an ethicist or a lawyer to explain them how to deal with that, but if they can pay for that, they cannot find a way to implement in the real world all those principles. But beyond that, my point is once again to say that those principles are just words. They are words that are coming from a really Western perspective on ethics. And I would even say from a philosophical point of view that it's a really superficial perspective on ethics. Ethics is not only about, addicting principle that people have to follow. It's a strong reflection. Philosophy is about reflecting, is about thinking by yourself, is about making your own perspective, your own decision, your own opinion. It's not about following rules that have been addicted by any kind of regulating system. That doesn't mean that those regulations and those principles are not are to be rejected. It means that there must be questioned. And with the bill, the Brazilian AI bill, what I've seen is that there is no questioning about these rules. They're just copy-pasted, once again, all those principles, the 7 principles that have been presented by ETSO. And that's concerning. That's really concerning. I do think that we are all, I guess most of us here in this conference are valuing democracy, right? This could be a subject in itself. But let's say that we all value democracy. In any kind of democratic system, there is a counter power. In terms of AI principle, I do not see any counter power to the Western perspective. I don't hear any voice saying privacy is not a problem for us. I'm working with Chinese people, and I'm not talking about people that are from NGOs that have studied in the UK or in the Western countries that have been influenced by Western culture. I mean, real people from real China. They don't care about privacy as we care about privacy in Europe, because privacy doesn't mean the same thing for the Confucian philosophy or wisdom than it would mean in the European country. Transparency, exactly the same. Accountability, exactly the same. All those words are taken for granted without questioning them. And I would say, Atso was mentioning that also, even the European Union, lots of people, a lot of countries would not agree with the rules, would not agree with the fact that we need privacy, that we need to regulate data. There is not a real consensus on that. So the big issue that we have here is that we are not able to question our beliefs. We are not able to put them into question. We are not able to have this critical assessment of our perspective. And that's really interesting because at the same time, we are calling for the mitigation of biases, but we do not even question the fact that our perspective is biased, which means that our documents that we are publishing, that we are issuing, are biased. They're based on a perspective that is mainly Western-centric. When we talk about, for example, bias regarding gender issues, that's really interesting because in some countries, some part of the world, making difference between female and male is perfectly normal, perfectly acceptable. What I mean is, obviously, because I can hear some people thinking, oh, he's a relativist. I'm not a relativist in the sense that I say that everything is acceptable. I'm a relativist in the sense that I say that all people in the world have the right to think differently, to have their own perspective, and I cannot. And I'm not legitimate, and I don't think the European Union, neither the Western world, is legitimate to deny this right to anyone. I can disagree with the Chinese people. I can disagree with Saudi Arabia and the way they deal with women. That doesn't mean that I have to deny them the right to have a different perspective on what is acceptable and what is not. If I do that, if I deny this right, then I go against this Article 4 that you have on your screen right now. I'm not respecting diversity. And this is something that we really have to question. Are we able to question our perspective? Are we able to, maybe look at our perspective in another way, from another standpoint? I don't think we are. I don't think we are. I really think that we are falling quite rapidly into some kind of ideology, what I call the Western cultural tyranny. And that's something that I think is not acceptable for the rest of the world. No counterpower, once again, means that there is no country that is raising his voice saying, okay, I don't agree with you. I don't think that privacy is something that important. I don't think that equality is something that important. I don't think that, for example, color scheme equality is important. If you go to Mali, for example, you will see that people from North Mali make a big difference with people from South Mali. South Mali being black people, considered as black people, and Northern Mali people considered as white people. And this difference is really important for them. Right? They make this difference. Lots of things are based on these differences. And they don't see, and I don't feel like people would accept to say, okay, whatever the color, we are all human beings. That's not the way it works. That's not their perspective. Obviously, once again, I don't agree with this kind of perspective, but I do respect the fact that those people do not think like me. Interestingly, with the AI bill, this issue is related to the fact, and this is something that I really value in the Brazilian AI bill. There is the assertion that for the Brazilian government, I guess, competitiveness is really important. So it is stated in Article 3, I guess, if I remember correctly. And I would say this is related to what Atso was saying. How can you articulate competitiveness with constraining rules? Eugenio was saying that we need something balanced between too much rules and not enough rules. That's right. And that's what I see with the Brazilian AI bill, is that it has been made to make it flexible enough to be interpreted in some ways, not to be an obstacle to Brazilian competitiveness. So this is not what I would call a regulation. It's like what I'm calling cosmetics, or what Thomas Metzinger is calling ethics washing. We are just doing a bill for the sake of doing a bill, but there is no strong reflection behind that. It is not built on a native domestic reflection on what are the interests of Brazil, what are the goals of Brazil, and how to defend those goals, and how to defend those interests, and how to defend the cultural difference of Brazil. Obviously, Brazil is deeply influenced by the Western culture, but I know that in Brazil, you get a lot of people, indigenous Brazilian people, you get people from Asia, you get people from Africa. They do not, all of them, believe, sorry for that. They do not all of them believe in those rules and principles that you have in the AI Brazilian bill. I will finish on that point saying that the first thing that we need to do, ethically speaking, is start questioning our own bias, the Western bias. Because if we don't do that, what will happen is that lots of countries will just copy-paste those rules that have been established by the European Union. But when they will have to apply them in their real life, in their real cultural setting, they will have lots of difficulties. They will not be able to do so, right? Then those rules will be not applicable. My experience in international relation and, for example, in human rights laws and regulation is that we all agree on lots of principles, but when it comes to apply them, we see that there are many cultural differences, and we see that people do not all agree on the same rules. I will stop there, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Emmanuel, once more. I guess you are precise on some points, and this particular point of this multicultural approach that you are invited us to have is something that we must to face when we are currently debating the status of the bill per se. Why? We here in Brazil, we have a tradition that we, unfortunately, not always good tradition, unfortunately, but that's the deal here. If we don't establish some principles on the constitutional level, if we don't establish some even on the legal level, once more, the legislation and the normative, the under law normative, will face some major political influences, and perhaps the spirit, the quiet spirit, the very spirit that orientated the born of that normative is and will be probably lost on this political scenario. I'm quite sure that countries with a more mature political agenda probably won't face situations like these. But unfortunately, as you mentioned, we are currently facing some major problems as well in the environment, and even with indigenous people, and some of those problems are precise for this reason: the lack of a strong regulation on the constitutional level, and the lack of a strong regulation even on the legal level. But the strong legislation, the strong normative are under the law, and these precise allows the government and the politicians to change some aspects of it on their political agenda, which not always are good. And the other point that you've mentioned, my dear friend Emmanuel, it's one fantastic thing for us to realize. Every country has its own reality, and this must to be faced when we are creating, when we are establishing normative aspects. This is something that we are all must to oblige and must to see and must to realize, to understand the perspective of this multicultural aspect. As Diva, as representative of India, she has their own reality in India. You on French, Emmanuel in Atho on Croatia, and every one of us have a different approach for maybe the same problem, and the different approach goes for the difference between our societies and our political reality and the intrinsic relation that we all face here. So this particular interest, this particular point, and for at least I'd like also to highlight one interest aspect. Diva was mentioned some difference of usage of artificial intelligence in Europe and here in Brazil. I don't know if you all get it, but I mentioned briefly with you, Emmanuel. And here in Brazil, our constitutional states that Brazil is a pacifist country, so there must not be, by a constitutional law, by a constitutional normative, there must not be a Brazilian invasion in any other countries. So the usage of artificial intelligence here in Brazil is for Pacific purpose only, and this is stated on our bill. Comparing with the European normative legislation, this has been found anywhere else on that normative, and I believe Sylvia maybe will talk a little bit about this on her presentation. But it's some significant aspect from that Europe has the different from us here in Brazil. Emmanuel.
Yeah, definitely. I think that there is no such thing in any kind of European constitution or any country constitution saying that we cannot invade. But what we are doing is, and I say that as a French guy, what we are doing is that we are not invading, we are not attacking any other country, but we are influencing others. And that's a kind of tyranny. And I don't like that personally. I do not agree with that. I would not like that Chinese people would come and tell me what I have to do and how I have to act and what is acceptable and what is not acceptable regarding AI or any other kind of subject. So I do not feel legitimate as a French guy or a European guy to do that on other country, right? And this is my concern. Once again, there is a philosopher, a Moroccan philosopher, Al-Manjra, would say that actually it's the French or the European Western cultural arrogance. And we feel like we have a system that is the best in the world. And then we think that we have to spread this system all around the world. Just think about what happened in Afghanistan. Yeah, we think that democracy is really valuable. We come there, fought for 20 years, killed lots of people, and then we left the country to the Taliban. Back to square one. So my point is that is democracy such a greatest system? And even if you go to philosophy, you go to Aristotle, you go to Plato, you will see that democracy has never been seen by philosophers as the best political system in the world. So there is a need for questioning. I don't hold any kind of truth. What I'm just saying and what I'm just calling for is a real intellectual, in-depth debate on what is acceptable and what is not on AI ethics. Just not copy-paste, just not conform to other rules. It's not something acceptable. Maybe just discussing about that, you will feel like, okay, I like this principle that have been said by the European Union. Great. But it will be the consequence of a thoughtful and rigorous process, not just, once again, conforming to ideas that have already been set. So, we will not invade, we'll not attack other countries. But I think that our cultural arrogance is a tool that lots of countries should be aware of.
Fantastic approach, Professor Emmanuel. Thank you very much for your thoughts. We here are debating sovereignty on AI. It's fantastic. I didn't think in a while that we could reach sovereignty on this thematic. Thank you very much for bringing this light to us here, Emmanuel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you.
And from now to have here once more to thank you for being here with us, Dr. Viridiana Rodontaro. She is a professor and production department of the Mackenzie Presbyterian University, and she's a postdoctoral in business and process of management from the administrative department of the Faculty of the Economics of the University of São Paulo. She holds a Ph.D. and Master's in Service and Management from University of São Paulo, and graduated in Civil Engineering by Mackenzie. She is invited professor from MBA from Business School and coordinator of Innovation and Technologies Coordination at Mackenzie Presbyterian University. She's currently ahead from Mac AI Lab, I guess one major implementation from Mackenzie Presbyterian University, which has the finest perspective to debate when it will be fully operational, to debate, to create AI, to debate ethics on AI and all those matters. My most sincere gratitude to Mackenzie for allow us, Professor Viridiana, for being here with us. Professor Viridiana, you have the floor. Thank you very much once more, and thank you for being here, sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, Thiago, for the invitation. It's a pleasure being here. I've learned a lot since from colleagues' presentations, and I can see practical implications of what has been said and suggested that will directly impact engineering field concerning AI. AI can be used in any environment, but considering engineering, there is a great space of opportunities. Today, there are a lot of automation initiatives focused on improving engineering process, such as, I can say, from product development to production. I will highlight some of them. Robots are being used in hazardous environments, and they can do a lot of things, such as general remote inspection and data collection, such as thermal readings, noise anomalies, and others. They can also be used to avoid or reduce the length of shutdowns. And better, they can be used to maximize employee safety and productivity. Take a look at this video. Let me know if you're seeing it, please. Yes?
You're seeing
Okay.
and listen.
Incredible, isn't it? But these robots are just executing predefined algorithms. Quality department is always seeking to identify the cause of failure. Imagine if robots using machine learning could identify patterns and propose a solution. But let's think about other possibilities in engineering. In these last 2 years, we are in a pandemic situation. What changed consumer consumption habits? Once face-to-face commerce was restricted, online commerce became a more viable option. In Brazil, e-commerce has increased and achieving record sales in the first half of 2020, reaching the mark of around 39 billion reais, an increase of 47% when compared to the same period of 2019. This change in e-commerce has major impacts on supply chain, especially concerning storage or distribution areas. Now, there is a new concept of high-speed robots in warehouse. Behind any online store, there is a warehouse full of merchandise and quiet logistics, where there can be 1.5 million items stored. See what companies are doing.
Meet Amazon's newest holiday workers, the Kiva robots. At this fulfillment center in Tracy, California, more than 3,000 of them cruise the warehouse floor, helping employees fill millions of orders.
The little orange robot goes out and picks the right pot of inventory and brings it back just at the right time for the person to pick the item out to go in that customer's shipment.
Before the Kiva robots, the workers used to walk the warehouse aisles picking up the items. But now they stay on these platforms, and the robots bring the shelves and the items directly to them. The 320-pound robots can lift up to 750 pounds. They have motion sensors to detect objects in their way and can travel between 3 and 4 miles per hour. Amazon says the robot's small footprint allows it to squeeze in 50% more inventory into this warehouse, which is the size of 59 football fields. They've also improved efficiency by 20%, so it only takes 15 minutes to fill some orders instead of 90. On Cyber Monday last year, Amazon customers ordered 426 items every second. Amazon expects that number to be bigger this Cyber Monday. The process at an Amazon fulfillment center starts when products arrive by the truckload. The items are sent up to one of the 4 floors where Kiva robots operate.
In this new generation fulfillment center, we have associates who are taking products off the carts and putting them onto the shelves that are moved by our Kiva robots.
A worker finds a space to stock the item on one of the moving shelves. It doesn't matter if there are paper towels next to board games, just as long as the robots know where to find it among the 21 million items. Then the robots wait to retrieve the item when someone places an order. From there, items are hand-picked and whisked away on miles of conveyor belts to be sorted, packed, and shipped. There's even a robot that folds the shipping boxes. While some may worry about robots taking jobs away from humans, Amazon insists that is not their intention.
You're going to see there's 4,000 people working in this building, even with all the automation that's in place here. That's because our focus on automation is about helping people do their jobs, not replacing people.
So far, 10 of the 50 Amazon fulfillment centers in the United States have integrated the Kiva robots. In Tracy, California, I'm Kara Suboy, CNET.com for CBS News.
I would like to highlight something that was mentioned in this video. Our focus on automation is about helping people do their job, not replacing people. But this is just automation. How can this be boosted related to this opportunity? Predictive techniques are already a reality in technology industry. Tools like big data allow companies to profile consumers in an increasingly refined way and discover their preferences and how to attract their attention. Imagine how can we boost efficiency with more than just automation. Is anyone doing that? Oh, sure, there is. Amazon has filed a patent for a shipping system designed to cut delivery time by predicting what buyers are going to buy before they do it, and shipping products to their general direction or even to their door before they just click, okay, I want to buy it, and or even they imagine doing it. So what they are being called, and what they are calling anticipatory shipping. So I can give a lot of interesting examples, but for instance, in the construction sector, there are a lot of initiatives focused on home automation. And if we think in a more holistic view, the next steps, we can say, are the smart cities. And these possibilities are raised are just a small part of what can be done. But all of them must be supported by clear and fair rules and laws. So finalizing my speech, considering all that the possibilities in engineering, a lot of what has already been addressed here by the other colleagues, like data security ethics. And I would also like to point to labor legislations because of their very sensitive problems about is AI going to replace my work? So this is a very important point. I would like to highlight another specific point that I think that's really important. I'd like to suggest specific legislations that could clearly guide developers find ways of avoiding mistakes like those seen in Microsoft's AI's case, where Twitter taught a robot, a chatbot, to be a racist in less than a day. So this kind of rules and legislations must be think in order to avoid it. So that's it, Thiago. I think I would really like to help and to give this engineering point of view.
And Professor Viligiana, Professor Zali and me and I was precisely debating some of these aspects that you are mentioning and highlighting right now. And I was thinking of Zalia because she's quite one specialist on this thematic of work, labor 4.0. And this relation, this is quite related with all those comments that you state here for us. Professor Zalia and I guess you, Professor Viligiana, are both preoccupied with reasons for how the artificial intelligence can bring some impact, to say the least, impacts on the labor thematic, the labor law and the labor relations on the society. This is quite some preoccupation, valid preoccupation, and quite connected also with the engineering aspects that you highlight also, because as the same thing occurs in 1800s and 70 half during the first and second revolutions, technological revolutions that came from Europe and all other countries. We are here facing another revolution. Don't you say, Professor Zélia? What's your thoughts? Quais são os seus comentários, Professora Zélia?
Professora, nós somos colegas no Mackenzie e eu coordeno um grupo de pesquisa sobre o sistema de seguridade social. Eu comentava com o Thiago que vou convidá-la para falar, porque nós temos estudado as repercussões da inteligência artificial nas relações de trabalho e, consequentemente, na proteção social. A senhora dizia, eu não falo inglês, então eu vou, depois se o professor Ricardo quiser fazer um resumo da pergunta, a senhora dizia que não estão substituindo as pessoas, estão ajudando. Mas a gente sabe que substitui muita mão de obra, né? E isso vai gerar uma mudança na proteção social. Eu queria só cumprimentá-la como colega do Mackenzie e dizer que eu vou pegar o contato com o Thiago para que a gente lhe traga para o grupo de pesquisa para a gente discutir essas questões da senhora dentro da automação e da engenharia, e nós trazendo. Quem sabe a gente faz uma pesquisa conjunta. Quero parabenizá-la e agradecer o Thiago. O Thiago fez doutorado no Mackenzie, foi o meu orientando, fez um belíssimo trabalho. Então, continuamos nas relações acadêmicas de amizade e eu vou pegar o seu telefone com ele e vamos marcar alguma coisa para trabalharmos juntos. Parabéns, professor.
Obrigada, Zélia, com certeza, vamos sim. Essa questão do trabalho ela é muito importante. Eu vou aproveitar para traduzir a sua colocação. Posso, Thiago?
Por favor, minha amiga.
Okay. Just to translate to the others, Celia and I, we work at the same institution, and she has a study group that research in the labor implications of AI, labor implications, and she also said that I said that it's not going to impact, but it wasn't me, it wasn't the manager, Amazon manager, but as a matter of fact, we know that that's not true. In the end, some posts, some works, some positions will be lost. But one thing important that I always say to my students is that you must improve as a worker. So what are the future jobs? So how do I need to qualify myself? So if you sit and try, that's it. You will lose your position. You have to study. You have to want more. So that's what I always tell them. I tell them what you do is to repetitive work or checking reports, you will be replaced. That's it. We as teachers, as researchers, professionals, we have to evaluate with any other worker. So it's part of it, part of the game. But I agree with you, Zélia. Yes, in the end, it will replace. Zélia, só traduzindo, eu concordo com você. No final, vai substituir, mas é o que eu falo, as pessoas têm que evoluir, têm que estudar. É isso, né? Nós, enquanto pesquisadores e professores, fazemos isso. Então, sim. Né, a gente vê tanto, as funções de hoje não existirão no futuro, não existirão na engenharia, no direito.
A professora vai ter que acompanhar um sistema de educação que capacite as pessoas para esse novo mundo, né?
Com certeza.
Nós vamos discutir, professora. Parabéns mais uma vez.
Obrigada.
To say the least, I guess one nice idiom that I could mention, Rolling Stones have not line, pedra que rola não cria limo. This is an idiom from Brazil, ditado aqui brasileiro. I guess everyone must to adapt from the new times, and as Professor Zélia mentioned, education is some kind of fundamental basis for the development of this new era that we are currently facing. Thank you very much, Professor Veridiana. Thank you very much, Professor Zélia, for both of your interventions. I'm quite proud to be a part of this academic community. I love Mackenzie as well as I love USP and Polytechnical School. And finally, and for the least, I'd like to invite quite a colleague and a friend from Sept. Dr. Silvia Melchior, Dr. Silvia Regina Melchior. She is a graduated from University of São Paulo, Universidade de São Paulo Law School. She holds an MBA in contract law and Lexing member. She is a Lexing member, a worldwide network of laws dedicated to new advanced emerging technologies, and Silvia is a founder of Brazilian Association of Competitive Telecommunication Providers, and she's one of the major references here in Brazil in legal and technologies. I'm so honored, Professor Silvia, Dr. Silvia, my dear friend Silvia, to have you here with us, sharing your thoughts, sharing with us your knowledge. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation. Thank you very much for being here from the start from this event, for sharing your points of view, and to discuss a little bit about some different major difference in Brazilian and European normative on AI. Once more, you have the floor, my friend.
Thank you very much, Thiago, for the outstanding event and organization, your kind words, and of course for the invitation. It's my great pleasure participating in this event with so distinguished panelists and colleagues. It's a challenge to speak after all the experts that came before, but I will try. We have few time also, but I will try to compare the Brazilian and the European framework. And I want to approach the high number of challenges we have here that AI poses, but I will try to compare those approaches, okay? I will try to share my screen. I don't know if it's okay.
No.
No?
No.
No. Okay.
Okay, now it's okay.
Okay, great. So the approach of the proposed European regulation in AI of April 2021, and known as the Artificial Intelligence Act, is based on two main principles. The human and ethical implications of AI, which means at least ensuring a high level of data protection, digital rights, and ethical standards, and a proportionate risk approach. The main intention of those new regulations is to harmonize rules within European Union, is for development, placement on the market, and the use of AI systems, is to build a secure ecosystem of trust by proposing a legal framework for trustworthy AI. And I think this word is one of the most important when we are regulating AI. And to address the conclusions from the missing points from the actions taken on October 2020, when the European Commission adopted a number of resolutions related to AI, including on ethics, liability, and copyright, especially related to some problems: opacity, complexity, bias, and a certain degree of unpredictability and partially autonomous behavior of certain AI systems. The idea is to ensure their compatibility with the fundamental rights and facilitate the enforcement of legal rules. The important points of the European regulation, I will talk about the more important, is that we have the intention to ensure a level playing field and effective protection of rights and freedoms. The rules shall apply to providers of AI systems in a non-discriminatory manner, irrespective of whether they are established within the European Union or in a third country. So we have extraterritorial effects. It's one very important point if you want to have the real market in a level playing field, the same level playing field, okay? The second one is the prohibitions of certain artificial intelligence practices, including the use of real-time remote biometric identification systems in publicly accessible spaces for the purpose of law enforcement, for example, which Viridiana has already addressed as an implication, a very difficult implication for human rights, except in case of missing children and terrorist threat. And even in this case, with individual with specific prior authorization granted by a judicial authority or by an independent administrative authority. So we have those prohibitions. Another point is the conformity assessment, which is in process of verifying whether the requirements defined in the regulation have been fulfilled or not. You have in this field, you have accountability, you have traceability, you have several other, also the conformity procedures, and also the self-regulation here, okay? And the other one is the risk categories. The regulation classified an acceptable risk, that is the ones that has harmful use of AI that contravene European Union values. This is very important because it's also have an implication with the concepts of democracy, of liberty, of several other ones that are, of course, Eastern principles, but are the principles of European Union. The limited risk, the minimal risk, and the high risk. Okay, this classification of high risk of AI system requires specific procedures, for example, including governance and technical documentation, record keeping, transparency, accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity requirements, among others. And those risks specific This classification includes biometric identification and categorization of natural persons, education and vocational training, employment, works and management, access to and enjoyment of essential private service and public service and benefits. This is a non-discriminatory basis, law enforcement, migration and border control, for example, and administration of justice and democratic process, for example, elections. So it's just a brief overview. What we can really conclude is that one of the main characteristics of such regulation is a comprehensive regulation. It's an horizontal regulation approach to AI, and the idea to limit the regulation to the necessary requirements to address the risks and problems linked to a classification of AI. So right here, you have more regulation. Minimum risk, low risk, you have less regulation, okay? In Brazil, we are discussing mainly 2 bills of law, okay? The Bill 21 from 2020, which regulates artificial intelligence, and that the Chamber of Deputies approved on last 6 July, the urgent voting for the bill. So we are in a urgent regime now, and it includes more 3 bills attached to it. And additionally, we have more 2 initiatives in the Senate. And we are also discussing another one that has to do with neural data and amends the General Data Protection Law here. And we are facing several local initiatives. We have the situation that a state here in Brazil, the state of Ceará, approved a law about AI. Another bill is being discussed in Paraíba, Minas Gerais, Rio de Janeiro, Brasilia, which turns the environment for discussion here more complex and doesn't help in a comprehensive approach. This is the status. Notice, I will focus on the Brazilian Bill 21, the regional proposal, because we have now a substitute text. But I will keep the original proposal that we have 16 articles for the use of artificial intelligence by the government, companies, and individuals within the country. We don't have extraterritorial effects here, and includes provisions about AI agent. AI agent, which involves operator of systems and the developers of systems, which is interesting, and defines their obligations. These AI agents would be in charge to ensure that any use of the technology is in compliance with the General Data Protection Law, and to produce an impact report that provides risk management and containment measures. I will compare, for example, one point, the principles that has been stated in European AI Act and the Brazilian Act, Brazilian Bill. We can see some very important issues. As very well mentioned by Professor Emmanuel, our philosopher here, even principles has to be very straight and very adherent to the reality of this country. So we don't have human autonomy as a principle in the Brazilian bill, for example. We don't have the human and constitutional rights. We have labor rights, we have respect to human dignity, privacy, protection of personal data, but the human and constitutional rights is not well addressed. We don't have the principle of equity and diversity. Diversity, one of the most important, as Professor Emmanuel mentioned, and safety also, okay? Regardless the provision that other principles expressed, provided in the national legal system or an international treaty in which Brazil is a part will apply. What is this simple item shows is, in European Union, we saw a very detailed obligation scheme for high-risk activities, the risk-based approach. But in Brazil, we see a simple international standards provision regardless the criticalness of activities involved, which should be under more severe scrutiny. AI brings different risks from different contexts and activities. For example, when used in social networks related to elections, when used for health, when used for surveillance, it's different from some systems that don't have this kind of approach. The proposal brings obligation, but no ways to control, inspections, penalties, sanctions. The proposal does not address properly the role of the state and its limits in using AI. When we talk about smart cities and the use of AI, we realize that AI will permeate every aspect of human life and the human interaction in public space. This scenario is really well addressed in our law? I would say no, okay? It's not the case to copy one or other law from a third part, a third country, but to understand the relevant issues not well addressed or incompletely regulated, and the relevant gaps we have here in the law. Even if we focus on the substitute draft presented by the rapporteur, the Congresswoman Luisa Canziani, which assumes that AI is a dynamic technology, diverse and constantly evolving, and therefore she is seeking to build a principled law which encourages the use of technology and has in mind that the center of this debate is people. It's possible to see several gaps here. Notwithstanding, the concept has been more elaborated because the concept of AI in this case is very limited, and the law, the implication is that the law will be applied just to specifically machine learning systems, excluding more simple ones. And the terms risk approach and the human and fundamental rights are used. The proposal attributes to the executive power regulation without a robust framework. How executive power will regulate if you have a very poor principles, poor framework? It's not possible. They don't have guidance. They don't have any direction, okay? And I think one of the meritorious points in this substitute document is to define that it's exclusively up to the union to legislate and to regulate the matter, which will definitely end with the local initiatives that we are facing now. So it doesn't matter, regardless the approach, soft law or robust. The fact is that both of them are missing important points. Okay, even principles have to be more studied in terms of implementation, interpretation. Otherwise, we will leave an open door to judicialize all discussions and an open window to the judiciary to interpret with the high risk of no convergence. What I mean is, if we look at the European process, and then I'm talking about the process and not only the result to achieve the final wording of the proposed legislation, we can see at least 3 years of discussion. And even if you take the robotic ethical guidelines, we will be back to 2016. The Artificial Intelligence Act had previous publication, a very mature and consistent approach, discussions, studies. The document has clarity, has objectives, and ways to achieve them. Has a huge participation of social organizations, academia, and also the identification of open issues is still to be under study or to be further regulated or addressed. As stated in the Artificial Intelligence Act, it lays down a coherent, effective, and proportionate framework to ensure AI is developed in a way that respects people's rights and trust, making Europe in a digital way. So the promotion of AI-driven innovation is linked to all other instruments as Data Governance Act, Open Data Directive, EU Strategy for Data, which we establish trusted mechanisms and service. It's one of a very robust framework. It's a part of an integrated framework. If we look at the worldwide initiatives regarding AI, we see a consistent path to achieve regulation. Even in OECD, for example, principles on AI adopted by OECD countries in May 2019. In July this year, 2021, 46 governments have adhered to them after several discussions. This initiative count on AI Observatory, on AI Experts Network to discuss programs and future perspectives with a human-centric view. OECD is about to discuss now these 2 years of development since the original AI ethical principles. Brazil has already supported OECD AI recommendation, which includes a set of 5 principles and 5 recommendations to governments. And Brazil has a Brazilian strategy for AI approved last April by the Ministry of Technology, Science, Communications. We start discussions here about AI, but certainly we need to include more social organizations and participants on this. When we compare this mentioned experience with the Brazilian one, we can see a lack of broad discussions and clarity in Brazil. The discussions, reflections are not mature. The objective is not clear. The principles are missing some very important wording. The risks classification doesn't exist. The impact assessment is not clear. So I think the bill is a great initiative and understand the urgency given the exponential growth in the use of artificial intelligence. But the idea to have a fast discussion is not the way, in my opinion, to achieve a better effect of such law and a robust framework. Because even with responsible regulations, we will be confronted with several challenges in the near future arising for the man-machine interaction. And even the principles have to be robust. These challenges demand not only interdisciplinary, but a multidisciplinary approach on this complex subject. And I will plagiarize Shakespeare in Romeo and Juliet with the famous, what's in a name? After all, what's in an algorithm? What's in an AI system? I really wait for the upcoming actions in a broader discussion. And thank you all for your patience. And I return to our host and moderator. The virtual floor is yours, Thiago, and I can say some very brief words about I will leave the presentation here. I can talk a little bit about the UK's national AI strategy now. They have 3 major principles, but it's not a complete document. It's a not standalone document. It's just an AI strategy that makes sense with all other strategies. And they came with an interesting view because they have a short-term approach, medium-term approach, long-term approach, and what they have to do during these 3 stages. And the idea is he really aims to promote investment. It's an invest plan for a long term. It supports the transition to an AI-enabled economy. So all the economy based on AI systems and ensure that UK gets the national and international governance of AI technologies in a high level. So it's a very high-level regulation. It's not very well detailed. So we have here in Brazil our Brazilian AI strategy also. But the strategy of UK is very interesting because they are basing all the regulation in this AI-enabled economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dearest friends, Sylvia. Thank you very much. You clarify a lot for us. And I was talking right now with Dr. Zilda, and we are commenting how insightful are all those expositions so far in this late afternoon. I guess my dearest friend Divya, it's almost midnight there, if I'm correct. And she's strong and perseverant here with us. Diva, I cannot say thanks enough. Zilda and I were going to say a little bit, a few words in finals. We are here in about 4.5 hours. We are all, I guess, everyone's tired, but I'd like to share some numbers with you. We have more than 300 students from Mackenzie's Presbyterian University following this event on their separated room. We have more than 250 students from São Judas University following a separate room. We have more than 150 persons in general, despite the bot problem on YouTube, following us, follow our thoughts on YouTube freely. I guess it reveals the major success of these expositions, of these expositors, of these lecturers, and for all those, I'd like, once more, I say this a lot, but I cannot say anything different. I can just say thank you all. You strongly, I do believe, strongly contribute for a better view of AI, Brazilians' AI bill. Thank you very much. Zilda, if you want to share here something, I will gladly translate this for English. And finally, we will finish this meeting. Zilda?
Bom, mais uma vez, boa tarde a todos. Eu vou ser bem breve aqui nas minhas exposições, mas eu não poderia deixar, né, de trazer alguns pontos importantes e contribuir, né, nesse painel, onde eu me sinto até uma aprendiz do lado de pessoas e personalidades que eu já sigo, que eu já acompanho, principalmente a jornada acadêmica. Então, para mim é um prazer imensurável. Bom, vou falar pausadamente para que o Dr. Tiago ele não tenha tanto trabalho, né, na tradução, e já peço desculpas, tá? Então vamos por partes, Dr. Tiago.
Ela diz, I'm so sorry, I have a tilt right now. She says she's admire everyone who is around this table. She's following some of us on this current meeting. I guess she follow our research on internet and on the different social media, and she'd like to share with us some thoughts, considering that she is representing Ethics AI, one of the major organizer of this event. Go ahead, por favor, Zilda.
Eu gostaria de iniciar minha fala trazendo pensamento, né, pensamento importante de Bill Gates, uma palestra na Universidade de Illinois, nos Estados Unidos, isso em 2004, eu acho muito pertinente aqui, né, já caminhando para o fim dessa nossa discussão, eu sei que estão todos cansados, mas pensamento do Bill Gates, ele disse que quando ele estava na escola, o computador era uma coisa muito assustadora. As pessoas, elas falavam em desafiar aquela máquina do mal que estava sempre fazendo contas que não pareciam corretas. E ninguém pensou naquilo como uma ferramenta poderosa, né? Então, isso em 2004. Vivemos...
Ok. She wants to share with us. I'm sorry, Zula. She wants to share with us some thoughts on Bill Gates. Bill Gates would share I guess 70s or 60s. I did not follow the idea, but when he was in the school, the idea of a computer, the idea of the computer per se, idea of the computer was frightening for him, Bill Gates, and she will explain why. Por favor.
Fenômeno parecido nós vivemos com o campo da inteligência artificial. É um campo extremamente complexo e se viu estagnado por anos, apesar de muito investimento e pesquisa. Hoje, no entanto, alcançou holofotes internacionais em razão de impressionantes avanços em neurociência, processamento computacional, análise e principalmente coleta em massa de dados. Então, pesquisadores recentes se viram munidos de ferramentas capazes de proporcionar novos e significativos avanços na área.
Okay.
Portanto,
I'm sorry, my friend. Desculpe. Então, she basically said that Bill Gates was frightened by a computer at the same way that we nowadays are kind of frightened by artificial intelligence phenomena, and we must respect these phenomena as something new, something that we should face in the front. Okay, por favor.
O potencial dessa tecnologia, da tecnologia se revelou tal que o interesse e os investimentos explodiram nos últimos 5 anos. Na atualidade, não há uma empresa de tecnologia atuante em nível internacional que não invista em recursos ou em departamentos dedicados à área. Iniciando-se uma verdadeira corrida em escala global, né, pelo aprimoramento e pelo uso de ferramentas de inteligência artificial.
She highlights that in the past 5 years or so, some of the major companies in the worldwide are developing and facing the necessity to develop their own park and their own technologies to implement artificial intelligence. And this is something that every company should, and if not this already, should do from now. It's mandatory. Zilda?
Novas tecnologias como o blockchain são ventiladas como substitutivas do modelo tradicional de transações nas esferas públicas e privadas, sem aquela intermediação do Estado, né, de bancos e prestadores de serviços financeiros em geral, talvez até vindo para alguns como um tom anárquico, mas o que vimos é que a inteligência artificial ela já é uma realidade no desenvolvimento das sociedades, mas ela ainda é vista pela grande maioria sob uma perspectiva de ficção hollywoodiana.
She states that some particular. I'm sorry, eu estava digitando, Zilda, eu acabei perdendo um pouco a ideia e infelizmente não consegui pegar toda a sua explicação. But so far I understand she was establishing some connection between artificial intelligence and the sci-fi genre and the current application of artificial intelligence in general in the reality. And this is some new challenges that must be faced by everyone. I guess it was something like that. Sorry.
Dentre as diversas definições de inteligência artificial, né, a gente costuma destacar ainda aquela adotada lá por Alan Turing, né, de que a inteligência artificial ela pode ser entendida como um comportamento ou um agir humano. E outras definições, elas vão surgindo no sentido de haver esse raciocínio de ser humano, comportamento ou agir racional e processos mentais de racionalização por trás destas ferramentas.
She mentioned Alan Turner line of thoughts, considering the necessity to a program, an artificial intelligence program, to emulate the human thoughts, the human way of thought, and how this is currently applying this concept is currently applied on the general concept of artificial intelligence.
Mas pensando enquanto pesquisadora, vem, né, a seguinte indagação: quais são as repercussões da inteligência artificial numa sociedade, né, como um todo, não pensando em país, pensando em sociedade? Como lidar com elas? Como conduzir discussões sobre perspectivas e prognósticos de uso de inteligência artificial para uma sociedade que ainda caminha, principalmente aqui no Brasil, a passos lentos de entender sobre privacidade e proteção de dados pessoais. Alguns expositores anteriores falaram dessa relação, né, que também foi bem pontuada no texto da lei em discussão, né, e é justamente aí que entra o nosso papel.
Okay, she states that the fundamental problem on AI is something new, something difficult to have a perfect conceptualization. It's something new for everyone, and even here in Brazil, it's also something new and something that are strictly connected with general data protection and other matters that are quite connected with artificial intelligence. So what's the big, the great necessity for us having here in the society to face what we must to face, what are our challenges, considering that there is some major difficulties to comprehend the general idea of artificial intelligence and the general idea of the big data and data problem at all. Forward.
E nós começamos a pensar, né, no nosso poder judiciário, baseado na projeção feita pelo CNJ, né, para o ano de 2020, a projeção do CNJ é de que o número de processos em tramitação na justiça brasileira deveria chegar à marca de 114,5 milhões se a quantidade de ações, né, continuasse superando a capacidade do Poder Judiciário de julgar. Então,
she's connecting maybe the possibility of use of artificial intelligence in the judiciary branch, considering Brazil have one of the most abundant quantities of judiciary suits and worldwide. There is about 140 million judiciary suits current in Brazil, and maybe she states artificial intelligence could be a way to perhaps solve this massive problem of judiciary branch dependency. By the way, I'm saying right now, by the way, as Silva mentioned on her lecture. Go on, Zilda, pode ir, por favor.
Apostar em tecnologias, em soluções de ferramentas de inteligência artificial foram alguns dos caminhos definidos pelo Poder Judiciário brasileiro como resposta ao crescimento cada vez mais rápido das nossas demandas e litígios. As diversas iniciativas que foram implementadas pelos tribunais de justiça aqui do Brasil, né, sistematizadas pelo CNJ, começaram lá em 2018, quando nós tivemos a utilização de inteligência artificial, né, nos tribunais de justiça brasileiro, pela utilização de tecnologia disruptiva, que foi o caso, né, da tecnologia de AI denominada como Vitor. Foi o primeiro projeto bem sucedido, né, até então, de inteligência artificial em Supremas Cortes do mundo.
Okay. She states in 2018 here in Brazil, there's the first project of artificial intelligence use in the Supreme Court and worldwide, I guess. And she mentions that this Victor bot is one fantastic advancement of the use of AI, which could help maybe on the organization and the effectiveness of the procedure and the judiciary suits. Ok, pode ir.
Continuamos, não começamos com Victor no STF e tivemos, contamos também agora com Sócrates, que é utilizado pelo STJ, nós temos Leia, utilizada pelo Tribunal de Justiça do Acre, enfim, Hércules, Tribunal de Justiça do Acre. Então, nós visualizamos, enquanto justiça brasileira, uma forma de desabarrotar o poder judiciário através do uso da tecnologia. E recentemente, participando de um seminário com colegas juristas, foi levantada a seguinte questão: bom, eu não confiaria em uma decisão que fosse tomada por uma ferramenta de inteligência artificial, por um robô. Bom, eu só confio nessa decisão se essa decisão ela for revisada. Então, a gente acabou... Pode ir.
Just one second. She was stating that there are some bots currently here in Brazil on the different levels of the federative organization, and naturally there are some doubts of the Brazilian people for the use of artificial intelligence as a tool to state a decision on the very judiciary suit that this artificial intelligence are dealing with. The people have doubts to use a machine learning tool, a AI tool, if not reviewed by a human judge. And now one. Pode ir.
Daí, a resposta que nós trouxemos em tom de brincadeira foi justamente acerca dos institutos, dos recursos. Bom, se nós formos, partir do pressuposto de que uma ferramenta de inteligência artificial, entre aspas, um robô, não seria confiável para poder tomar uma decisão com base em dados, entende-se que nós poderíamos extinguir os institutos dos recursos, do Poder Judiciário brasileiro, do nosso processo civil, processo penal, porque, então, nosso juiz pessoa seria 100% assertivo, desculpa. Então,
Okay, she now stating that if there is doubts on the artificial intelligence use to states decisions on the suit, what the implication of this affirmation is to state also that the judge person is infallible, which is not the case, which is not the very case. And so what should be trusted, the artificial intelligence tool or the judge tool? Both are maybe, and at some level, at some point, unfallible or fallible. Zilda.
Nós estamos, vendo em escala global cada vez mais o uso da tecnologia, mais precisamente trazendo o uso de ferramentas de inteligência artificial como uma opção para dar mais agilidade também às atividades judiciais, por meio da qual a gente consegue ofertar menor gasto de tempo dos agentes públicos envolvidos nos processos, a gente consegue uma economia de recursos públicos, mas há que se haver um diálogo muito aberto do poder judiciário com a classe acadêmica, com os pesquisadores, no sentido de que nós possamos promover discussões que possam servir de orientação para toda a comunidade jurídica, comunidade, sociedade como um todo, de uma forma universal, acerca dos desafios resultantes para que esse processo tecnológico ele possa ser democratizado.
Okay, considering these doubts of the Brazilian society, the better solution, the better way to deal with this is to be completely transparent with the Brazilian community, with the Brazilian society. And to do it so, it's quite fundamental for the judiciary branch to establish some debates on the academy and Brazilian society to state and to reassure that all the process are indeed transparent and everyone will have gains on these, considering the time of the judiciary suit will be short, comparing. Okay, Eugenio, thank you very much. No problem. Considering the time of the suit is quite short, and considering also that will be a less application of money, public money, to sustain such a instrument, such a program. Okay, Zila, go on. Pode.
Então, nós percebemos, já caminhando para o fim, que é um aspecto de extrema relevância. Isso veio através da legislação que nós estamos analisando, que há de se promover um diálogo muito grande com a legislação de privacidade e proteção de dados pessoais brasileira, né, LGPD, uma vez que os dados, eles são, né, o combustível para a inteligência artificial, né? Então, a gente encara desafios desta regulação em diversos âmbitos e principalmente sobre um aspecto mundial de relações internacionais, porque a inteligência artificial, né, as tecnologias como um todo, elas transformarão as relações pessoais com implicações que farão com que as sociedades, elas precisem urgentemente promover estudos e pesquisas que possam servir de fundamento para orientar toda a sociedade.
Okay. Finally, she's considering that artificial intelligence must be probably a win-win when it's a transparent way to establish some new policies and to establish some new guidance with all the participation of in a democratic process for the society. I guess it will be a fantastic way to even, as I mentioned before, even to have less public spends and to be more efficient on the process, on the judiciary suit. I guess it was this, Zila.
Bom, então nós, né, do Ethic AI, enquanto instituição científica, tecnológica e de inovação, né, com vistas a contribuir e fomentar com o debate, nós pretendemos servir de ponto de apoio para que o debate ele caminhe junto, né, com o debate filosófico, antropológico, social, técnico e acadêmico, e pensando nesse viés ético voltado para a compreensão dos impactos e transformações sociais e econômicas frente às novas tecnologias. Felizmente, né, de maneira assertiva, a proposta de regulamentação, ela optou de forma técnica por enunciar os princípios ao invés de fixar regras que fossem muito fechadas, né? Então, a gente sabe que as tecnologias, elas estão cada vez mais em rápida evolução, em rápida modificação. E este viés principiológico, ele é extremamente importante porque permite que determinada lei, determinada norma possa ser interpretada, possa ser aplicada em um mesmo caso, né, em contextos diferentes. Esse é um ponto muito positivo que a gente traz da proposta, né, da proposta de regulamentação.
Okay. she's stating that it's quite important for the ethic AI as a current state group to be a part of this democratic process of debate of this 2120 bill, Brazilian bill. And also that in her view, there is some interesting points that this bill, it's more principle stated than a regulated by principles. I mean, then if there is some rigid and normative, regulatory normative with all the aspects, in her view, the principles are the best way to deal with this question, because they establish some guidance to the overview all other normatives that will come on the second on continue. Ok, Zilda?
Claro que nem tudo são flores, né? E a gente, enquanto estudiosos do assunto, nós precisamos trazer ao debate as críticas que são importantes. Então, aquela ideia de regulamentar, né, uma tecnologia que pode ser arriscada ou que pode vir com o risco de um colonialismo digital, né, conforme a preocupação que foi externada pela Organização das Nações Unidas, a gente percebe que nós temos um potencial enquanto país, é claro que dentro de limites estabelecidos pela legislação, de utilizar, né, a inteligência artificial para possíveis avanços no aspecto social, no aspecto econômico, né? Então, isso é muito importante, isso é muito relevante.
Okay, I guess, Eugenio, thank you very much once more, Professor Eugenio, for being here with us. I know I understand your situation, and to finishing translation with Zilda. Thank you, Professor Eugenio. Thank you very much. To finish the states that Professor Zilda was saying, she is quite worried about the usage of artificial intelligence as a colonialist tool, which cannot happen. And once more, maybe in her view, the usage of artificial intelligence can be a democratic, important democratic tool to serve everyone. As a matter of fact, as these could fit quite better for the society if well used. This is some preoccupation, of course.
Por fim, né, a sugestão que se fica, que nós deixamos, é que haja realmente uma definição precisa acerca de o que vem a ser inteligência artificial, né, de que haja essa clareza, até para que oportunamente haja uma incidência da lei de forma adequada, né, tendo em vista que a IA é uma tecnologia com vários propósitos e que pode ser utilizada em várias áreas, de diversas maneiras, robótica, reconhecimento de fala, visão computacional. Então, por isso que é importante que, no nosso ponto de vista, que a legislação pontue, né, essa definição com bastante precisão, tá? E já para encerrar minha fala, um segundo ponto importante, né, acerca da regulação, é justamente sobre a aplicação dos setores, né? Todos os setores serão afetados, os mais diversos setores. Seria necessário, talvez, uma norma específica para cada um dos setores, ou essa seria direcionada para todos eles, né? Então, fica aí as considerações, tá? Vou deixar o Dr. Thiago traduzir.
Okay, she's finally saying that in the last aspects of this, it's the use of AI. It's quite open. There is no proper concept of AI so far. There is some strong ideas of the concept of AI, but not a final concept of AI, which goes directly what we are facing so far. The whole idea of the use of AI from different approaches, different species of use, as a face recognition, speech recognition, and other applications like this. And these must all be aligned with the better democratic aspects and then better social use. And all these are available and possible if there is a nice and well done legislation on these matters.
Mais uma vez, muito obrigada, doutor Tiago, obrigada a todos, foi um prazer enorme, né, participar aqui um pouquinho. Desculpe, doutor, pelo trabalho, né, com a tradução, tá, e foi realmente muito proveitoso para mim ouvir cada um, né, dos doutores que aqui participaram, professores, expositores, muito obrigada, tá?
She's saying thank you very much. She was delighted to hear everyone this evening, and she say thanks to everyone. Well, my dear friends, I'd like to once more say that was truly a pleasure to have you all here, to everyone who attend, to all the public in general who attend, to all the specialists who are invited to be here, and my dearest friend, Professor Sylvia. She's still here with us. Professor Sylvia, thank you very much. I know we are discussing in about 5 hours, almost 5 hours of event. I didn't was expecting to reach so far on the time, but I guess it was a fantastic and I guess a nice way to discuss some major aspects of Brazilian AI bill. As a colleague, as a friend, I'd like Sylvia to say a final word, and we are going to finish to terminate this meeting. Okay, please.
Thank you, Tiago. You really do an outstanding event. Great.
Thank you once more, Sylvia. Thank you once more, Zilwa. Thank you once more, Rafael. I'd like to say hi once more to Erica and Sergio and everyone who is watching us. Thank you very much. Until another event. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye to all.